funding, financing, and investment in higher education, the adoption of emerging technology in the digital transformation of higher education, improving access and inclusivity in higher education in Uganda, as well as addressing the low gross enrollment ratio, which has been a recurring theme in the data that the Council collects, as well as the role of the private sector to the enhancement of graduate skills and employability through technological innovations. So you can see how timely this theme is, as well as the breakdown that we are going to be looking at. The main goal is to develop strategies or to work for a way forward of these strategies and frameworks to effectively foster graduate employability and innovation aligned with the world of work for our graduates and aligned with society's evolving needs. So the conference will be aimed at exploring these strategies, identifying industries and employees' evolving needs and expectations. We shall be looking at promoting our research collaboration, as we have some of our students who have contributed to our Higher Education Review Journal, presenting some of their research here. We shall showcase innovations, approaches, and some of them will trickle down into the next event, which is the exhibition with higher education institutions exhibiting their innovations. We shall also provide a platform for this dissemination for our students, as I've said, who normally contributes to our Higher Education Review Journal, which comes out twice a year, in May and in November. So we are looking forward today to a very intensive and very exciting program. I think Reverend Chitaimba gave a very befitting prayer for us to launch ourselves into this event. We are live here today on the 18th of March on our YouTube channel. We have online participants who are with us and whose presence we shall have as they participate within the conference itself, participating via Zoom. So it is just not only us here in the physical space, but also our participants online. So with that brief, I would like to invite our Executive Director, Professor Mary J. Okakor, to address you. Thank you. Professor.
Thank you, Director, Research, also ICT Research and Innovation. Our chief guest, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, the Chairperson of the National Council for Higher Education, Professor Eli Katunguka Rakshaya, Council members present, members of the Niche management, executive directors and secretaries of agencies, that is sister agencies, vice chancellors and principals of institutions, senior staff of the Ministry of Education and Sports, the political leaders of Mbale City and Mbale District present, staff of the National Council for Higher Education, distinguished guests in your respective capacities, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Council for Higher Education, I welcome you all to the 5th Annual Higher Education Conference. And in a special way, I welcome Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, who, despite her very busy schedule, accepted to grace this event as chief guest. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In addition, the Honorable Minister kindly accepted to be keynote speaker at this conference. It's not common that ministers play the role of keynote speakers, but you happen to have a technical minister in the person of Honorable Dr. Musenero. We therefore do not take this for granted. We look forward to benefiting from your rich technical knowledge of the subject of innovation and employability of graduates. I also extend our gratitude to session chairpersons, keynote speakers, because various sessions we also have, call them session key speakers, panelists, and paper presenters for accepting our invitation to play those roles. Honorable Minister, this is the first time the Council is holding the conference outside Kampala. And going forward, we plan to organize the same in other regions of the country so as to give higher education stakeholders equal opportunities to benefit from such events as this one. The theme of this year's conference is, I quote, fostering graduate employability and innovations, unquote. The conference aims at exploring strategies to equip graduates with the skills and competences demanded by the job market. It is also intended to identify industries and employers' evolving needs and expectations, and how higher education institutions can better align their curricula to meet those needs and expectations. It is expected to promote research collaborations between academia and industry to address emerging trends, as well as technical advancements and societal challenges. Other benefits of this conference are expected to be fostering innovation and creating new opportunities for graduate employment in the country and elsewhere. Institutions will present innovative approaches that will stimulate student creativity, entrepreneurship, and innovation in various ways. The conference will provide a platform for dissemination of scientific findings to stakeholders as required under Section 5B of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act 2001 as amended. This conference has attracted mostly participants from institutions of higher learning, including vice chancellors, principals, and managements from institutions of higher learning. However, we have also attracted employers who are the final beneficiaries of our graduates? In addition, we have amongst us, or in our midst, representatives of local governments, especially from Mbale City. We have researchers and so on. At some stage, they'll be introduced. We expect to share with them the skills gaps and what needs to be done to close these gaps. The education system today is not fully aligned to the labor force needs, which has led to the mismatch of skills and competences for employability. These are the challenges that we considered when we decided on the theme. This mismatch is caused by having competences that fall short of the skill set necessary to effectively carry out tasks. There is therefore need to revisit the curricula in innovative ways so as to match the changing environment. Such efforts will help to eliminate skills obsolescence, technological obsolescence, and knowledge obsolescence. As National Council for Higher Education, we want to appreciate the efforts by the Ministry of Education and Sports in ensuring that learners are equipped with the required skills by supporting establishment of innovation hubs and centers at various higher education institutions, as well as providing facilities to institutions such as skills labs so as to promote skilling of learners. I want at this juncture, Honorable Minister, to call upon our institutions to embrace the practice of regularly revisiting curricula, to integrate internships, to integrate industrial trainings or placements, as well as mentorship, so as to enable students acquire the skills, the required skills in the job market. Institutions are also encouraged to hold stakeholder meetings with industry to understand the skills required before revisiting academic programs. In fact, one of the effective ways of ensuring input by industry is including them in the discussions of particular programs that is relevant representatives of industries, that is. So it's important that this happens. This is to ensure appropriateness, relevance, and adequacy of such programs. The Council, the National Council for Education, will continue to monitor and provide guidance to institutions for compliance as far as this is concerned. But would like to call upon institutions not to hesitate to consult NICHE. In some instances, when institutions feel it necessary, they invite us when they are developing programs for that guidance. It is our hope that our engagement at this conference will provide opportunities to all of us to reflect on the planned strategies or those being undertaken in preparing graduates with skills, the required skills, that is, and competences as well as knowledge. We look forward to fruitful engagements with all of you. Let me now take this opportunity, Honorable Minister, to thank the chairperson and the council for continued oversight and guidance to Nche. And at this point, I know I'll be calling upon the chairperson to speak, but I would like to request the chairperson to stand so that he's recognized. In the same vein, I request members of council that are here to please stand up for recognition. I would like to thank colleagues, members of management for organizing the event. And again, let me request members of management, wherever you are, to stand up for recognition. And in a special way, I wish to appreciate the organizing committee, which is headed by the director in charge of ICT, Research and Innovation, Dr. Nora Mulira. Please, Dr. Mulira and your team, some of them outside, please stand up for recognition. I'm aware that all staff played different roles in ensuring success of the event. And if there are staff members here who did not fall in any of the categories I mentioned, please stand up for recognition. As I said, some are outside carrying out tasks. So management is grateful to all those that played various roles to ensure that we gather here in Mbale for this very important event, the 5th Annual Higher Education Conference. I thank you for your kind attention. Let me now take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the National Council for Higher Education, Professor Eli Katonka Rwachaya, to make his remarks. Professor Katonka.
Thank you, Executive Director. Our Chief, the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Dr. Monica Msenero, the members of Council who are here, the Executive Director, the Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors and Principals of Higher Education Institutions, the members of the Secretariat of the National Council for Higher Education. I recognize the members of staff of public and private universities and principals of higher education institutions, members of the local government, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for finding in conference on higher education. You are very busy schedule, but we thank you for accepting to come and join us. I also want to thank the organizers of this conference, headed by the ED and the Secretariat, for having invited us to participate in this 5th Annual Higher Education Conference held in Mbale City this time under the theme Fostering Graduate Employability and Innovation. The ED has elaborated the aims of the conference, so I'll not go through them. But I consider the theme and the aims of this conference very pertinent, especially at this time when the country is grappling with the numerous challenges that call on higher education to come up with solutions. One of the challenges we are facing now is unemployment, so the discussion is very pertinent. When you look at employability, This requires a set of skills, understandings, and personal attributes that make graduates more likely to gain employment and be successful in their chosen occupations, which benefits themselves as individuals, the workforce, the community, and the economy of the country. So when you talk about unemployment, you are talking about the share of the workforce that is currently not working, but is actively searching for work. That group of people who are not working, but are actively looking for employment. This does not include economically inactive populations, for example, the long-term unemployed, those below 15 years, and those who have retired. Before I go further, let me share a few statistics with you to put the whole problem of unemployment in context. One, when you look at the age structure of Ugandans, those between 0 and 14 years constitute 44.76%. That's a high percentage. Those between 15 and 64 years, they constitute 53.52%. Those 65 years and above constitute 1.68%. The purpose of this statistic is not for you to gauge in which category I fall, but show you the age structure of the population we are looking at. The median age for Uganda in 2020 was 15.7 years. This means half the population of Uganda was below 15.7 years, and half the population was above 15.7 years. And 77% of the Ugandan population is below 30 years of age. 77% of the population is below 30 years of age. This makes Uganda the country with the youngest age structure in the world. The population of Uganda will continue to grow at a rate of 1 million per year for decades to come. The women in Uganda have an average of 6.7 children, a fertility rate largely attributed to high fertility rates in rural women. This is the highest fertility rate recorded across the world, and it will remain higher in Uganda for about 40 years to come. The Prime Minister's office has reported that unemployment rate among Ugandan youths is 22%, and even higher among young people with university degrees and the youth living in urban areas. This is driven in part by the mismatch between the desired credentials of a university degree and the vocational skills that are in relative remote demand in the labor market. So the Uganda's demographic situation impacts all aspects of its development, from economic growth to the quality of education. I think this is an area we're all concerned about, to healthcare provision. All these are impacted by our demographic situation. In addition, governance, political stability, security, and adaptation to climate change are also deeply influenced by the demographic mechanisms. So this statistic is not to paint a gloomy picture about the future of our country, but to prepare ourselves for what is coming and what is going to continue coming. So when we talk about employability, we need to focus on the skills and competencies of our young people from universities. Then we must ask, who is doing the training? Who is imparting the skills in our institutions? What are the students trained in? This is why the ED talked about the curricula. How are they trained? We must also observe that in universities, we receive students from lower education structures, from nursery or ECD, primary, secondary, lower secondary, upper secondary. So how are students trained from those lower levels? What I'm saying is, if the students are properly trained in those levels, when we get them in universities, we are not going to do much, because they already have lost on some of the skills and competencies that are required. Honorable Minister, when you look at our institutions, you realize that there is shortage of staff in higher education institutions across the board. This means that the interaction between the members of staff and the students is limited. That also impacts the practical training and the theoretical engagement. The curricula appear to be outdated in many areas, and poor attitude to work among university employees. Always complain that 10 hours is too much, 10 hours in a week. If you are not going to work 10 hours in a week, then how many hours are you going to work? They need incentives. And a large portion of our students are not dedicated to serious study. Many of them are not dedicated to serious study, and they focus on paper qualifications. I had a student from Sudan who came to me and said, I'm not a Ugandan, I'm from Sudan. Just give me my certificate and I go. This was a student who was doing veterinary medicine and was in the 3rd year. And veterinary medicine was 4 years. So he just wanted to get a certificate and go home. So if that person can buy it or get it printed somewhere, he will go with it. And lack of adequate infrastructure and facilities, especially for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics training. Honorable Minister, I want to give credit to the government, headed by President Museveni, for the HEST project, which was going on in the Ministry of Education. That project built science infrastructure in all public universities. They renovated engineering laboratories and workshops and gave the university state-of-the-art equipment to be able to train students in these fields. But I've been having an argument with government. When they did that, they do not give us technicians. They do not give technicians to the universities. When there are no technicians, practical training suffers in a way. So I want to move quickly so that we receive the remarks by the minister. I have been engaging employers to find out what is lacking in our graduates, that you continue on this song that graduates from Ugandan institutions are not employable. And yet we are doing the best we can. So I was interested to find out what is the gap, what is lacking. And I had an engagement with them one time through a dialogue, talking about academia, industry, and government linkages. What came out was a set of observations. One, that these graduates cannot be trusted at the workplace. That's a very serious issue. That they cannot be trusted at the workplace. They have weak business spirit, loyalty, and passion. They have weak professionalism. They have weak practical skills, insufficient experience, weak cognitive and social emotional skills, and unrealistic salary and job expectations, in addition to poor time management and failure to work to deadlines, poor customer care skills. They don't care about the customers, and yet in the industry, the customer is king. You must treat them well. failure to work in teams, weak reporting and communication skills. And this is rampant amongst our students, among our graduates. The other day I got a letter from a student complaining about a number of things. And he wrote to me a 2-page letter. That 2-page letter did not have a full stop. It did not have a comma. It did not have a paragraph. He just poured all his frustration on paper. And I called the dean. I said, "Is this your student?" And the dean said, "Yes." Then I said, "We must have a bigger problem than I thought." But universities don't teach people how to write letters. That's one other thing the employer said, that these graduates cannot even write an application letter. But universities don't teach how to write application letters. So really we must look at the whole education system from the beginning to the university so that we can give these people. And some of these skills are not taught. They are acquired along the way. One of the areas they talked about is that these fellows are disrespectful. They don't know how to respect authority. They don't even greet when they meet you. That's a simple thing, but it shows you the emotional skills of this person. I remember when we were going to school, they used to beat us for not greeting teachers from another school whom we meet every day. And we had to greet them. Of course, we were very stubborn. So we used to greet them, Agandisebo, then because they are riding on a bicycle, some of them don't hear you properly. So we used to say, Ninye Sebo, they say Ego, meaning Emai de Sa, then they say you go. Students having fun. But the whole thing was you must greet people when you meet them. And these skills are not available all around. Another area I want to comment on briefly is research. We are talking about research collaboration with industries. But industries will be interested in the research in the universities if there is something coming out of the universities that they can use to increase their profitability. If there is nothing coming out, they will not collaborate with you. Through engagements with them, he told us that, one, universities don't understand how industries operate. That they are too bureaucratic. They take too long to make decisions. You understand, decisions in universities are made through committees. Same thing with the Council for Education. So it takes long to make a decision. And industries cannot wait. And then, in order for us to increase the research output from our universities, we must be deliberate about producing PhDs in our institutions. This may sound elitist, but there is evidence through many studies that there is a clear positive correlation between the number of PhDs in an institution and the research output from that institution. In terms of publications, in peer-reviewed journals, in publications in high-impact journals, patents, and small and medium enterprises are rising out of innovations. So as a country, we must be deliberate about training, increasing the number of PhDs. Currently, Uganda is thought to have 2,200 PhDs. Dr. Sembate, you need to verify this information and tell us where they are. 2,200 PhDs. But the Uganda National Council for Science, National Council for Science and Technology estimates that we need 10,000 PhDs. So there is a deficit of 8,000 PhDs. And these PhDs cannot be produced at the rate at which we are producing them. I think Uganda now produces about 100 to 110 PhDs per year. And most of these are in Makerere. So we need to be deliberate about producing PhDs, because when you look at about every 1 million people in Uganda, you have 44 PhD holders. And that's a very low percentage. The purpose of higher education in Uganda should be to produce the right human resources for the job market, producing entrepreneurs to contribute to economic growth of the country, and citizens with a correct attitude. Attitude is very important when you are talking about employability. Our young people get bored very quickly. It takes a very short time and they switch off. The other day my son asked me, "Daddy, how can you work in the same institution for 10 years? He can't understand. How? I asked him, do I have alternatives or choices? But they cannot understand how you can do the same work for that long. So they get bored very quickly. So we must understand the type of people we are working with. Must understand the young people. And the same thing with the employers. I think you must have programs to mentor and coach these young people when you take them up. They will not be 100% ready for the job market, but they are willing to learn. Our Ugandan graduates are very smart people, many of them. I've seen this. We started a scheme in Chambogo to build our own professors. So we recruit the very best students, first class, second class, in all disciplines, and we retain them, give them jobs for about 2 years, and charge them to do their masters within 2 years. You should hear these young people, very intelligent young people, and they are willing to learn. So employers should take time to coach these people and mentor them, rather than expect them to be 100% ready for the job market. They will not be ready. Because the jobs are so diverse, depending on which sector you are in. So please try and see how you can help them attain those skills. But also, in families, we must try and give skills to these young people. How to relate to other people. How to live with other people. And our young men and women are very amazing. You're all seated there as a family. The guy goes to the fridge, picks a Coke, and sits there and starts drinking. Why didn't you ask whether anybody wants a drink? And then you give it to them. So training starts from early, through families, and then the university. I don't know whether any of you know how to make Mwenge Muganda. You know? Once you start making it and it goes bad, you will never turn it around. Whatever you do, I was an expert in making that stuff. And sometimes it would go bad. And my father would want to kill me. What did you do wrong? I didn't do I don't know what I had done wrong anyway. But it just doesn't come out. So if our people are not properly equipped with skills and competencies, right from a young age, and they come to the university, we'll try to do our best. We have our challenges in universities. Challenges are known, and they're everywhere. So we may not make the best of these people, but we are called upon to do our best. So, Honorable Minister, I want to stop here and really thank National Council for Higher Education under the leadership of Professor Mero Kwakol for coming up with this menu for us to discuss. This is a big problem. It's not going away tomorrow, because if we continue producing at this same rate, we shall continue adding to the unemployment problem. But as higher education institutions, we can make a contribution and make these people more skilled, with the correct attitude, and maybe they can get a job and keep it. And they say, knowledge will give you a job, but your attitude will help you to keep it. If your attitude is not correct, you will get the job and you will not be able to keep it. So, Honorable Minister and fellow participants, I want to wish you very fruitful deliberations, and we look forward to really tackling this problem together with the others. Technology advancement. What are we talking about artificial intelligence as a country? Do we have a policy? Artificial intelligence is here. You just need to ask the computer to do anything. It will do it for you. They give you questions, exams. You ask the computer, it gives you answers. So what is our policy on artificial intelligence? All countries, Europe, America, they have policies how to address this technological advancement. Because we are not going to move off from it. It's going to be here, and it will affect the way we do business. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Nobody told me to invite the Honorable Minister. So I want to take this singular honor to invite the Honorable Minister to come and speak to us. But before she comes, you may wish to know a few things about her. Dr. Monica Msenero is a diversely trained and skilled consultant and scientist with extensive national and international experience. She has previously worked with Makerere University as an assistant lecturer, the Uganda Ministry of Health, as the Assistant Commissioner, Epidemiology and Surveillance, and Principal Program Officer with Africa Field Epidemiology Network, AFINET. She spent 3 years as a field coordinator with the World Health Organization in Sierra Leone as one of the experts who played key roles and was internationally acclaimed for the expertise and heroic efforts in bringing the West African Ebola outbreak under control, which earned her formal recognition by both the Sierra Leone government and the Ugandan government. In Uganda, she has been at the front line of the design and implementation of the highly successful epidemic preparedness and response system, and was key in response to all the Ebola and Marburg outbreaks in the country since 2007. Dr. Msenero did her graduate studies at Cornell University, Ithaca, USA, where she obtained an MSc in science, majoring in microbiology with immunology and molecular biology and research on vaccine development. She went on to obtain a master's in public health from Makerere University, specializing in field epidemiology. Monica has been a central figure in making the One Health movement a reality in Uganda and the African region. She introduced the first multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary team, including anthropologists and sociologists, creating interventions that drastically contained plague outbreaks in the country. She has served as technical advisor for the USAID-funded One Health Workforce Program. She also worked as a senior presidential advisor on epidemics, specifically during the COVID outbreak. Dr. Msenero is currently the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation under the Office of the President. She's also a senior presidential advisor on epidemics and one of the key players in Uganda's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Join me to welcome Dr. Monica Msenero to come and speak to us. Honorable Minister.
It's very challenging to speak when you have been introduced by your professor. What he didn't add in the introduction is that I was his student. I wasn't here for the introduction, so I'll just use the standard protocol that I have. And the members of Parliament present, the officials from the Ministry of Education and Sports present, the chairperson and members of the National Council of Higher Education, the Executive Director, National Council of Higher Education, members of National Council Management, Vice Chancellors and Principals present, the staff of the National Council of Higher Education, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. That is, we are happy to see you in Lumasaba. For some of you who don't know, that's the language we speak here. I take the opportunity first to welcome you to Elgon, to the Elgon region, and to the east, because I happen to hail from here. So you are welcome. We are very peaceful. Enjoy your stay here. Good morning to you all. I bring greetings from the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat at the Office of the President. And I would like to thank the National Council for really keeping this standard of annually meeting, holding this conference, which brings together not only discussions, deliberations, but also helps us to discuss the research and findings which have come in, which help us to inform how to proceed into the future. I believe this is a very good point of intersection and knowledge sharing, so that we can benefit from what each institution is producing. This culture stimulates our researchers to think, because you can't present what you presented last year. You have to be innovative. You have to be creating the new knowledge. So we greatly appreciate this conference. Research also helps us in identifying new solutions and new problems. Like I have seen since we started this morning, we are lamenting. Sometime last year, His Excellency, I had written to him complaining about the challenges basically related to workforce for STI. He wrote back and told me, stop lamenting. He put that, please stop. Actually, he said, please stop mourning. So I have listened, we are mourning. I hope we shall stop mourning and start innovating and taking the bull by the horn. Let me thank the National Council for strategically choosing this particular theme, fostering graduate employability and innovation. I call this strategic, a very strategic choice, because it has come at a time when in government we are grappling with a huge problem of unemployment. You know, government has spent time putting in place infrastructure and systems to enable people to learn from the universal primary education, which boosted enrollment in primary education. Then universal secondary education. Then the UPOLET. And we have liberalized education. Higher education especially has proliferated. And so we have a lot of skilled people. The challenge is, after skilling, what do you do? Given the package of skills you have, given you have a degree, given you have a diploma, you have a certificate, and if not addressed, it starts to backflow. It starts to backflow. And eventually we begin to see much high dropout rates in basic education systems. And recently, when I was in one community, I was addressing them about keeping the children in education. One parent rose up and said, but the ones that we trained are back with us in the village. Why should I invest in the other children when the ones that I even sold part of my land to send to school, they are back with me in the village? Therefore, government is struggling and grappling and planning to make sure that we address this challenge. And you are part of government, hence part of the solution. So as we move in this fourth industrial revolution, first we need to be cognizant that Uganda missed the first industrial revolution. We missed the second industrial revolution. We missed the third industrial revolution. Yes, we've been using some of the outputs of that industrial revolution. We buy computers, we buy cars, we buy the cameras, we buy all these things, and we know how to use them. But the benefits of that happening in your country, that being integrated in your education system, that being integrated in your universities and institutions of higher learning, we missed it. And because of that, we find big gaps and challenges. And some of the things we are mourning about here are a result of that. So now government is positioning to tackle the challenges of these gaps, which have had a cumulative effect. Now that we have addressed certain things, certain basic things, we must position ourselves to address these issues. As we move deep now into the fourth industrial revolution, the government of Uganda has positioned innovation as one of the key drivers of socioeconomic transformation. And we have laid down Vision 2040. When you study that vision, it anchors science, technology, and innovation as a key driver, which is going to result in the changes in the different sectors in the country. Higher education and innovation are very closely interwoven. Very, very closely interwoven. And it is during this stage of education that skills are consolidated, that knowledge is consolidated, that science, technology, and innovation is properly understood and channeled into developing the economy. So it is very, very important that we work very, very closely, because the knowledge base which is provided in education serves as the foundation for the skills that enable science, technology, and innovation to prosper, to grow, and support the economic development. On the other hand, innovation promotes a culture of creativity, problem solving, and continuous learning, which are essential for skill development and societal advancement. Our Vision 2040 also singles out, among others, human capital development. Human capital development. And of course, there is no bigger player of human capital development than the education sector in the country. The East Africa Community Vision 2050 also emphasizes promotion of learning opportunities and skills through science, technology, and innovation as an avenue to development. This therefore mandates the education sector to ensure implementation of skilling in order to achieve development. I therefore am excited as we meet here, and I think this is the first conference that I'm privileged to be part of. I have been just informally talking to the director saying, why do you do these conferences when we are not there? We are key players and we would like you to address certain things, because literally science, technology, and innovation lies idle. It lies idle in our nation as a sleeping giant. If we can only connect, then we will be able to address easily the issues of employability and innovation. Very, very easily. Some of the issues that have been hinted on, I'll not go so much into them in this address, but some of them I'll address in the keynote. However, one issue I wish to talk about, to mention here, is the structures of the universities, which make it very difficult for us to be continuously evolving. Whereas universities are autonomous in their curriculum under the guidance of the National Council, we seem to have built brick walls around those systems, such that we are not as, how do I call it? We are not as flexible. We are not moving with the speed of knowledge generation. We are not moving, our curriculum is not evolving as fast as knowledge generation is happening, as fast as technology is happening. Because we set up these structures and we encase ourselves with them. When I was in West Africa, I was quite impressed. After the first year, Ebola was introduced into the curriculum from basic education level to higher education level, just like that. The first exams they did after opening their schools had Ebola. But here we have set up very complicated systems which sustain the ivory tower concept. The ivory tower mindset, where there's so much knowledge into the university, a lot of it, but just doesn't have holes to leak into the communities surrounding us. I hope this is one of the issues, because the employers are changing their needs daily. They cannot wait for you to implement a particular curriculum for 5 years, then evaluate. By then, they are on the 4th or 5th level of technology. So by the time you try to, the people you're bringing out, they don't have the knowledge and skills. So we should be producing, at this point, by the time somebody is entering the university, we are even forecasting what is going to happen. And we are including that. And the technical team delivering should be modifying content I hope we no longer have the concept of yellow notes. Younger people may not understand the concept of yellow notes. Yellow notes arose from when lecturers used textbooks, and you are in 1980, but the textbook is 1965, 1970. So there is really no need to update the notes. So year after year, the lecturer writes the notes once, and year after year, they just speak, and with exposure to the environment, the paper turns yellow. But now that we are computerized, I hope that we are quickly updating what we are teaching. So one of the issues on how do we address employability is exactly in the second part of the theme, innovation. We must be innovative day after day. Ideally, you should not teach 2 classes, subsequent classes, the same content, because so much new material has come up, and if those people are going to fit in employment, then they must be having that new information. So it's very, very important that we should also be continuously engaging employers. Chair, I found that in a small nation called Mauritius, their university staff, the teaching staff, must spend time with industry. They have a prescribed time. They must spend time with the industry, or their teaching license is not renewed. That helps the university and higher education instructors to be in touch with what the employers need. But as long as academia is separate from industry, or we just go there as visitors, we don't really understand. It is going to be difficult for us to tune skills, to tune attitudes, to tune these people to fit. I've also heard about the lack of other soft skills. I wish to confirm that indeed these skills are missing. The attitude, people think that as long as I have a job, I'm entitled to being paid. I don't have to deliver. That is so common that if I have a job, then I must be paid, and paid a good salary, and anybody who demands that I produce results is a tyrant. That kind of attitude. And I believe that as an outcome of this conference, we are going to deliberate and see how we go back to the institutions and implement changes such that the production of such people with bad attitude stops. Because we have incorporated material and activities which help to shape their attitudes. So lastly, it's important for us to be able to prepare these people to transition from training to work. Internships are still quite few, limited to only a few courses where people get good internship and mentorship, but also when the job opportunities are few, because that is really the elephant in the room. The job opportunities are few, but I will talk more about that in the keynote. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to declare the 5th Annual Higher Education Conference officially opened. For God and my country.
we still request you, Chairperson, to invite the Honorable Minister to do the keynote so that it flows.
Thank you very much, Arthur. I now take the opportunity to invite Honor, Honorable Monica Senero, to give her keynote address.
The technical team, please give me my slides. Do I have a remote? Okay. I'll stand on the protocol already established, but I transform myself into the technical part of me. I'm a technical minister. So the first part was the minister part of it, and this is the technical part of it. It's my honor to share this keynote speech with you, or keynote discussion, and I hope that through it we shall be able, am I blocking you? Okay. We shall be able to pick a few things which will feed into the remaining parts of the conference. So I've titled the presentation based on the theme, Fostering Graduate Employability and Innovations. I wish to begin by saying that education is not complete until the individual has a gainful livelihood. We cannot simply dump on somebody so much knowledge, and then at the end, they drop off like a cliff. Education must nurture this person until they have a gainful livelihood. And let that guide us as we think. If we think through education just as conventional, nursery, kindergarten to graduation, we are done with you, that is not going to foster employability. What is employability? I took some time to look through what employability is. Employability refers to those skills, knowledge, abilities, and attributes that make an individual desirable to employers, assuming the employers are there. So it refers to the technical package of skills that a certain job or industry requires. It refers to the soft skills such as ability to communicate, teamwork, problem solving, adaptability, emotional intelligence, ability to thrive and progress within the workplace. These are skills that make people choose. Personally, I learned this a little early. I learned it, I went through a lot in beginning. I was very, very, very bright, very smart. But when I had to begin work, I discovered there was so much I didn't know. There were so many skills that I didn't have. So those soft skills, negotiation, being able to communicate effectively. And then it also arises out of a combination of formal education and practical experience. So both formal education, practical experience, and also personality attributes. I think something is cut off there. So attributes that come. So you'll find that recently I had a conversation and we were discussing, and they said, you know, if you want specific jobs to be done, look for people who have a job. Don't look for people who are unemployed. Because people who have employability, even in this scarcity of jobs, they're employed. The people who are out there, they lack something in their employability. Of course, they are sifted out. Innovation, of course, that's a very favorite topic of mine. It's the process of introducing something new or significantly improving upon what is existing. I think, let me come. I hope I don't. Will I be seen if I'm here? Are you able to see me? Oh, okay. So I'll speak better. The media, they are trying to capture my face, I think, but I'm also looking this way. Where is my laptop? I could speak from there. Bring it, so I use that. So this innovation involves a lot of creativity. It involves experimentation. It involves thinking beyond. Thinking beyond. Basically, innovation involves coming up with new ideas. That's the beginning of innovation. Then this key term, human capital. The skills, which refers to the skills, knowledge, abilities, experience, and other attributes possessed by individuals that contribute to their productivity and potential economic value. So if you have your capital, the capital can be calculated at an individual level. Some people say they are taking our people. I've seen companies saying they are stealing our staff. But we have a lot of people who are not employed. Why? Because some people have a high capital value, while others have a low capital value. But also as a nation, we are looking at, if we put together our skills and all this human capital, they usually publish something called the Human Capital Index. What are the critical needs of any nation? The critical need of any nation is to protect our people and their resource. That is usually the first and most important. You must be able to protect your people and the resources which will be the best for building their value. So security and safety is very, very critical. The second need is for us to expand opportunities for livelihood and development for a growing population. Population is growing both in numbers, but also in ambition, in expectation in life, socioeconomically, they are growing. Is the nation able to expand and go beyond? If you just grow just a little bit just to accommodate inflation, loss of value, inflation is loss of value, then your people feel stagnated. But if you don't even do that, then you begin to retrogress. People begin to feel unhappy and poorer and redundant. We also need to be able to continuously be addressing challenges of poverty and underdevelopment. Now, all these things can be achieved if people have employment opportunities. Both the process of creating employment opportunities, the process of making those opportunities deliver what you want to get out of them, then the nation will start to feel a sense of progress and to have the people move together. So how do we do that? How do you do that? Every nation, the developed and the underdeveloped, we all have 3 resources. We've termed these resources National Development Triad. I'm an epidemiologist, and epidemiologists like triads. We always deal with things in 3s. It seems to, we hear it's a very stable figure. It's very stable when you sit on 3. So each nation has natural resources. They may differ, which one, how much, but every nation, which we can call a nation, has natural resources. Then we all have time. Time is the most equitably distributed, non-renewable resource. Just because every day you have day and night does not mean that time is renewable. Time is non-renewable, and time doesn't actually care. It just passes you by. But this is very equitably distributed. Developed and underdeveloped nations, we have the same, and it's a very big resource. Then we have the human capital. We have the human capital. And the humans are the ones who have the capacity to think, generate ideas, which unleash the wealth from the other 2, from the natural resources and from time. That is why when we are measuring how nations are, we measure using something called GDP. How much wealth have you generated from the resources that you have? If it is per individual, how much wealth does each person generate annually? How much more have you been able to produce? And so GDP per capita, measured in those units of those resources, per is usually year, capita is human being. How much wealth have you created from the natural resources you have? Because natural resources are potential. There has been a very nice picture circulating on social media. Africa waiting for investors. They are seated in poverty, in huts, on top of minerals, because we are waiting for investors. So, research, science and technology is the process which enables human beings to generate, when they generate their ideas. I talked about everything comes from an idea. So science and technology and innovation helps human beings to come up with new ideas, and those new ideas are processed through a system and converted into new wealth. And research is one of the most important methods of revelation that opens science, technology, and innovation processes. When you do proper research, that's why they say PhD must come up with new knowledge. Of course, it will depend whether that knowledge is relevant. Not all knowledge is equal. Some knowledge is not. We may have needed it. Maybe it is not needed today. So it has to be relevant to the development process. Now, the relationship between education and wealth is summarized in this picture. Education builds the brain. Education is the major system that builds human capital. is the major mechanism, both formal and informal. But since the Industrial Revolution, formal education takes a lot of the time, and it has been magnified so much that many times it really diminishes the informal. It's the dominant approach in which we are able to develop the capacities of our people. And then when people are appropriately developed, they will take their natural resources, and build the value chains out of them. The industrial value chains. The value chain adds value. It's the process in which value is added to raw materials until you come up with a final product which is of higher value than the raw material. That is the value. So when people are properly educated, they will look in the environment, they will take the raw materials that they have, they will convert it into value, they will come up with systems which make them create more wealth per unit time. And that is GDP per capita. Creating more wealth per unit time, depending on how these people come out of the education system. And hence, wealth. So where you are, well, if we don't feel wealthy as a nation, tells a lot about how we are following this process. And it's important that we identify the bottlenecks. When you identify the bottleneck which is preventing us to flow to wealth creation, we'll be able to unleash the wealth and hence employment. And later I will explain a little bit why your employers are complaining. So what's the value of education? Sorry, I moved mine, not yours. So an education system, its value is rooted in the purpose for which it was created. Because education systems are not randomly created, neither are they universally created. An education system must have a purpose, because it will only deliver once you establish the purpose, you will establish the vision, you are going to establish the content, you are going to establish the pedagogy, you are going to establish the evaluation system of the education based on the purpose. Now, if you build an education system without a purpose, it is going to be very difficult for you to find where the challenges are. And we shall keep mourning. We shall keep mourning. While we have a lot of education, we don't have skills. While we have a lot of education, we don't seem to have employability. So, in my view, it is important that we examine the purpose for which we are building the education system. Now, most of us seated in this room, we jumped in the middle of an ongoing education system. I have read a lot of information about review of education in the country. Because when I started to ask the question, why isn't science, technology working in the country? It led me to education as the source. So then I started to ask myself, why? Where? How? What? Why is it? Because once we unlock science, technology, and innovation, we are going to unlock most of these things which you are struggling with in the country. So the same education system could be very valuable in one context and totally useless or even harmful in another context. For example, If I went to the Sahara, they don't grow rice. But I have a topic on rice growing. The students can even pass the exam. But would that impact on the socio-economic development of their nation? No, it won't. I can go to a country which doesn't have, where livestock can't survive. And I go and teach them about cows and goats and what. And they will graduate. But when they step out, they don't have anywhere to apply that knowledge. So among the things that we must examine is the alignment of the purpose of our education system with what we wish to achieve in the country. And this also goes with measures of performance of an education system. I attended one conference, and for some reason they still made me keynote speaker. And in this conference, they were so worried about these poor indicators of learning in Africa. But then I asked the question, even if we increase more of what we have, are we going to change the outcomes of education, which is employability? This education system which you're talking about, even if we made it perfect, if somebody can write perfect English, they can write perfect, fantastic English, where are they going to find a job? They need to find a job where they will put to use that English. So if you don't know the purpose of your education system, you keep measuring the wrong parameters. I asked a question. I have PhDs in science, postdocs. They can't make a product. So you mean that if we focus so much on early learning, we are going to solve the problems of Africa? I'm not saying we shouldn't, but if you focus there, then you miss fire. The entire education system is like a river. A river is preparing through the delta to pour into an ocean of employment. If you clean the source where it is coming from so nicely and then clog the delta, you'll cause a flood which will be destructive. A relevant education system, and I have taken personal time and also with my team at Science, Technology and Innovation, we have studied education systems in the different countries. Sometimes if education is delivered without very careful connection to the economy, how it is now, and how you foresee it to be in the future, then that education can create for you a lot of challenges. And if you remember, the Arab Spring was in 2000, was it in 2000? Yeah? When was the Arab Spring? 90 something? How many of us don't know the Arab Spring? Yeah, the Arab Spring started from Tunisia. It was a revolution, a movement where people rose up against their governments. And it started in Tunisia. Now Tunisia is very highly educated. So there was this young man who had finished university and for 3 years had been trying to get what to do. Then he went and put up a small kiosk where he could sell something. And the government enforcers came and removed it. So he he set himself ablaze. He set himself ablaze. He drank petrol and poured it all over himself as a protest. And that wave, we are still suffering the repercussions of that wave. So, a relevant education system should amplify, accelerate, and expand the ability of the products of that education system to harness value from its environment and beyond. Because the value starts from where we are. Value starts from the air you breathe in. It starts from the sun, which is outside. These are all natural resources. So because we say that education is the one that builds the human capital, and the level of human capital you have is seen in the ideas, which ideas are then walked to the market to create opportunities. Are we together? Are you following me? So a relevant education system must be able to amplify, to accelerate, and expand the ability of the citizens to harness value from their environment. Not just to be able to consume products coming from elsewhere. Now, when you begin with value creation, we start with raw materials. We talked about the natural resources God has created. And there are some things which just come because they arise from the raw materials. We have trees which you just dominate. So there is a range of what we call raw materials. Either nature itself produces them there, or you, with using basic knowledge, can produce those raw materials. Then those raw materials are made into value-added products through a process of value addition. And then we go to consumption. I know this is very broad range of things, but generally most of what we do will fit in that continuum. Raw materials, value addition, and consumption. In the raw material production, only about 10% of value is embedded in raw materials, and that depends on which raw material. Generally, it's less than 10%. Yeah, so I'll keep talking until they put it back to 7 time. Then when you come to the process to add value, those processes which add value to raw materials, that's where 90% of the value of the wealth is. And sometimes it is unlimited because more knowledge unfolds, more and more knowledge unfolds. Initially, you knew sand is just for this, then we convert it into wafers, then now we convert it into semiconductors, and then you can convert into more and more valuable products depending on the capacity of your human capital to come up with ideas which sit on that knowledge. So more than 90% of value in any material lies in the value addition segment. But when you have products also, there is consumption, which goes with it. The knowledge base in your education system determines where a nation's economy will focus. By looking at Uganda's economy, you can tell where our knowledge base is. Any nation, you can tell where their economy focuses. And looking back, when you look at the education system, you will see where is the education system focusing. There are nations with very, very limited raw materials that are already known now. Of course, there are raw materials we haven't yet known. They exist, but we don't know them. But of the known raw materials, there are nations which are very resource poor, so-called, but they are developed nations. Because the education system focused in that middle segment, in this middle segment. So you can, once you look at the knowledge base in the education system, you can also forecast and see what likely that economy is. I used to commonly have a statement when I find something being done by many people, either the way they pronounce a statement or the way they perceive something as universal, the conclusion is it is in the education system. Because the education system is the most powerful influencer in any nation now. If you have the informal education system on Africa, we are fragmented into small tribes. My little tribe will say Nkolerakida, but the ones here, like we are neighbors, Bagwere and Bagiso are neighbors. The Bagwere don't circumcise their male. So that is limited, but this formal education is a very powerful conditioning system. And when you examine the education, when you examine the economy, you can tell what is in the education system. And we needed to know that nations move from poverty to prosperity only by continually manufacturing more and better goods for sale, hence creating more wealth. So if your nation is continuously selling raw materials which have low value, they have low value, then you'll have low wealth. Nations which have their a big, strong knowledge base in that segment, they are industrial. They're industrialized. Because value addition has to do with manufacturing. You have taken a raw material, you are taking it through a process. Now, where do you think Uganda's economy is? Where is Uganda's economy? Best, mostly. Where? In this first one. Why do you say so? We are mostly raw material producers. Okay. So, to understand this phenomenon, science, technology, and innovation, because this is part of what we must solve with science. Why? Why is our economy still raw material based? Especially when the president wrote and said, Msenero, stop mourning. Tell us what to do. We had to sit down and say, okay, there is no magic, there is nobody out there, there is no miracle, even if people have so many prayers and overnights. The ordained method of revelation is research. So we went into research. Why is it that some nations, even with the knowledge that raw materials are of low value, and they see the developed nations, which even don't have those materials. Let me use the example the president commonly quotes. We produce coffee. He says globally, the coffee industry is 423 billion US dollars. And then all the countries that produce the raw material in this industry, they only have 25 billion. The rest of that value is in economies which don't produce coffee. They don't produce the raw materials. They've just focused on value addition. They don't, some of their young people have never seen a coffee plant, and yet they earn close to 10 times out of coffee compared to people who grow coffee like us here in the Elgon region. We grow coffee side by side with extreme poverty in the same homestead. And a person who doesn't grow coffee earns more than actually 20 times more from the coffee, because they focused their education system in that angle. They see value, they get ideas. And then he says Africa, out of that 25, the whole of Africa earns only 2 billion. And Africa produces most of the coffee. Uganda earns how much? Yeah, between 600 to 800. If the season is good here and bad elsewhere, we might earn. But also we have had to ramp up a lot of production of that raw material to reach there. To produce a lot, so many million bags to produce to get there. Because we are only harnessing the 10%. So we studied this and we came up with this, a set of findings which we tagged the black box effect. So let me share a bit of that. Looking at the education, or that same continuum, raw materials, value addition, and consumption of finished goods, we now started to map the knowledge in our education system. We started to map what is passed on, and multiple factors, including conditioning. Conditioning is not obvious teaching. Conditioning is subtle. If the first time I give you food, I give you a fork and show you how to eat with a fork, then you will begin to associate food with a fork. In the future, if there is no fork, you can sit there with food. Even when you have fingers which can eat. And there are people who don't know how to eat using fingers, because they have been conditioned to associate eating with a fork. Many of you will fail to put down anything because you don't have a pen. Because you've conditioned, you've been somehow in a very subtle way, and it is introduced in the education system. So, in the educating for raw materials, you teach people to produce, to use creation to produce raw materials. And then you also skill them to use imported value-added goods or made somewhere else. In the middle, here you teach people to add value to raw materials and also to produce high-value products to support the production of raw materials. So you add value. My pointer is not strong enough. You add value so that you can produce high value added products for consumption, but you also produce high value products to use in production of raw materials. It's very complicated, but this is how we summarized it. So then we went to education content for 3 sectors. We have done only 3 sectors. We are going to complete the other sectors. And this is what we did. The 3 sectors were agriculture, education, and health. Those are the ones we have so far mapped. And we have summarized here big volumes of data which we have collected, because we went into the curriculum right from primary school, secondary school, technical, university, both undergraduate and postgraduate. And we mapped content, including looking at some of the PhD topics and research and findings. For agriculture, we discovered the most of the content in our education is towards production of raw materials. We are very good. We teach you crop science, animal science. We teach you veterinary medicine to treat the animals. We teach you plant pathology to PhD and postdoc, entomology to PhD and postdoc, soil science to PhD and postdoc, but not how to make the products that remedy the science. I haven't found a PhD in fertilizer formulation, but I find a PhD that analyzes which things are deficient in the soil. And then we recommend the best one made from somewhere. We know how to do the pests, how to control the pests, but not how to make the pesticide. There is no content. There are a few individuals who start on their own, but there is no content, significant content in how to formulate those high value added products which will address those problems. So the more educated you are, the more likely you are to recommend the highest level of imported value added input in agriculture. Am I lying? Let's interact. Remember, I'm technical. I may have the data, but you have the experience. You're the ones who teach. We found a little bit of content in a few universities, especially Makerere, on food science. That there's a little bit. Now, some people will have a small research, but that research is not part of curriculum. There are people who have their research. I'm adding value to this, but that is not part of curriculum. And of course, there is a heavy focus on the production of raw materials which are exportable. We found very little on value addition and very little on consumption of value-added products in some of the commodities in agriculture. For example, majority of you eat matoke and you will be at lunch, but there is no content on how you prepare matoke in the curriculum. It's not there. Then we went to education. Education as a sector, as an industry, not as a ministry, but as an industry, how it is delivered in the country. In education, there is close to zero content in production of raw materials. Close to none in this side. But there is a lot of content on consumption of high value products which are imported, and starts the moment you show up at school. You get a pencil inscribed made in China and the rubber, and the child never thinks of how is this rubber made. Can I also make one? And sometimes those kids are innovative, would use some rubber bands or something, but they want the formal one which cleans well. And they will go through school without anybody explaining to them how a pencil is made, how a pen is made. And the more we go higher, the higher we go, the more sophisticated it becomes. When you touch a test tube, it's from outside. Your role is to titrate in it. Even the chemicals come labeled, and you don't know how they are made or where they come from. Even when they teach you in the lab how, for example, to produce oxygen, nobody teaches you how to formulate sodium hydroxide for the lab. They teach you how to use it. So it is heavily skilled. Again, there are some people who do some small researches, but it's not in the curriculum. When a child goes to a biology class, they look into a microscope. Which child thinks, I should grow up and make a microscope? They're just interested in seeing the cells. So we found that even chemicals for O level, many of them are imported. With all the expertise we have in the country, wooden meter rulers, wooden, 3-point stands. Get me some water, please. They are imported. And these experts who are teaching, it never occurs to them that we should be producing these things. They are not lazy. They are not even bad people. It's just that the ones who taught the ones who taught the ones who taught them were never informed, made aware. They are not even aware that this thing can exist or it is possible. We went to health. Health is like education. The health sector is like education, the same way. There is no content about raw materials right from secondary school, primary school. You are taught to recognize the challenges of health and how to apply the remedies which are imported. In fact, until 2020, it was not allowed to prescribe traditional medicine by medical practitioners in this country. Since 2020, during COVID, when the president assented to the act, up to now we don't have regulations. So many medical practitioners don't know. So we have excellent doctors, trained very well, consultants. They can open you up and put you back together and you wake up, but using imported anesthesia. Imported giving set, the cannula. Imported scalpels. Imported suture materials, because that is never part of the curriculum anywhere in the education system. So we systematically synthesized and came up with a concept of the black box. That we are the way we are because we are black boxed about value addition. We got the concept from the black box in the airplane. When we read its history, the black box concept was designed during, I think, the Second World War, when they didn't want the enemies to know what was happening in the cockpit. So the airplanes are flying, so they put the black box there. It collects information, but the pilot and the enemies and everybody nobody knows how it works. It's only the person who made it. So we will complete, we are still working, it's a lot of heavy work to analyze curricula, including pharmacists. We teach pharmacy, and we teach just to dispense medicine. We don't teach them to make medicine. So, if 90% of the value of the wealth is in here, in that process, and it is a black box, we are not even aware. It's a black box. People are not even aware. Then that explains the absence of jobs. The implications of this is that, especially as concerns science, we have a lot of information about education that we have gathered from the history of education. Basically, if you want to change your nation, change your education system. In summary, don't reform. Think and create an education system. I'll mention a bit why. So the implication is that since our education system focuses on raw material production, that's why our economy is based here, and focuses on consumption of imported value goods. You'll go to my village, you'll find Batembe with a dress produced in China, and it is at 5,000 Uganda shillings. Even the local tailor has lost value. You skill people on skills which have there is no market for them. So all graduates, including you professors, including yours truly, the Honorable Minister, including National Council, including all of us, scientists, policymakers, legislators, lawyers, advisors, consultants, business, name it, all of us who are products of this education system, we are black boxed. If you want to persecute me, at least I know about myself. We are black boxed. What does it mean? We admire development. It's not that we are not aware of development. We really admire. But we fail to commit to the groundwork because we lack clarity. How does it exactly happen? How does it that is why we over-concentrate planting. You over-concentrate there because you know how to plant. So you produce equipment there, you do this, but because you have an idea of how planting happens. But value addition, you don't know. Then when people go to benchmark, they come back fired up. But when they begin to work on paper, there's so much they don't know that you cannot progress. We are unaware of the journey. I find this a lot in universities. Many universities, you've started innovation. And 99% of your innovations are in prototypes. Because you have a little bit of light there. But you don't know how to take those things from there. When I go, they say, you see, we need support. Which support? Funding. You give them money this year. Next year, they will even expand the budget, but to rotate in the same space. They will just rotate in the same place. They will do another prototype and another prototype. They will not be taking anything to the market. Yet that money in the US, in the UK, in other, that same amount of money can start something on the market. So We lack the skills of system building. We lack skills of building systems. We can operate a system, but since system building, public service system, agriculture system, anything that we ever tampered with will remain continuously in a mess. And systems are very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. If a poor system can defeat a novel idea, you can come up with all your ideas. That is why we come here, we talk about development, we talk about skills. There is a system established to keep promoting what we have. And until we come up with a superior system, we are not going to change. This is the honest truth. The scientists sometimes themselves, they think they come up with an idea based on the knowledge they have. But they also end up promising so much upon receipt of a prototype. You need to see this when scientists are explaining to the president or to any high-level visitors when we come to your universities. This one is going to do this, it is going to do this. So the president leaves thinking, tomorrow we are changing. But the scientist has no idea how long it is going to take them to move from that green car to a product which we are going to use. You cannot sell that green car. You can't. First of all, it costs more to make it than an amount you can ever sell it at. And they are competing products. So the scientists themselves, the black boxing limits them, especially those who study outside. You go study outside, do a small bit of it, you come back here, you have energy, you want to start. Eventually you're encircled with so much black box that you cannot do anything. It happened to me. I did vaccines at Cornell. I came back, I was so excited. And I remember talking to somebody and said, I want to start vaccine manufacturing in Uganda. This guy looked at me and said, forget about vaccine manufacturing. Go get back your job in Makerere. I had no idea. But as I tried and ran broke, I couldn't find support anywhere. For me, I'm saying we're importing vaccines. I know how to make vaccines. Why don't we make vaccines? So, scientists eventually, they are either frustrated because of limited lack of support, including in the universities, because even the university administrators are black boxed. So they will also still dispense the same thing. All of us. Some scientists who go, they feel very, very frustrated. So what is in the black box? I want us to note that black is not a concept. Black is simply absence of light. If I lock up this room and it is very dark, all lights are off, I need just one little bulb to change the atmosphere. So the absence of knowledge is the biggest challenge. There are things that systematically miss. You all understand the history of education curriculum and how it was constructed. Our education system was started during the colonial system, and the colonizers had their own purpose for establishing an education system. That's why I told you that an education system must have a purpose. So this education system was, one, to produce raw materials and export them to industries in Europe. Two, to block you ever to think about value addition. So there are things which are deleted and there are things which are added. For example, when I talk about value addition to coffee, people go into a panic. We cannot do that. How do we do that? They are genuine people. They are not bad people. They are not against their country. But they just think we can't do it. They just feel we cannot do it. And they will do everything to block it. So, I want to eliminate some of the content for the purpose of this conference. And I hope that as we move into reviewing curricula to support our nation to move forward, we will now have some content that begins to shine some little searchlights into our system. One, the understanding how science builds economy is deleted. It's not there. Science generates knowledge, and our universities are very good at generating knowledge. Either that knowledge is exported as a raw material and it's used by other people, or it stops at making prototypes as tools. We use knowledge, we design tools, we design innovations, which is how you apply the knowledge and the tools to make things work better or come up with new things. And then we stop, at most we stop there. When it comes to industrialization, how do we actually build those factories? That knowledge is not there. We are lacking that knowledge. How do I innovate, make banana flour, which has not been there? That lady has really suffered. That lady has really suffered. How do you take so many years? How do you take so many years just working on something? Where is it? Because people think you have science, you have a bit of technology, and bang, there's something on the market, because we do not understand what is in the middle. So we need to make sure that we understand the process of industrialization arising from innovation. Now you can do technology transfer. Not technology importation is for consumption. Technology transfer can begin to build your capacity, but always make sure that you're building your own technology development. I've been reading very threatening things of recent. One, America, the House voted to ban TikTok, a product of technology. But more so, I read last night, actually I saw a video, they are forcing China to shut down a certain research center, which is very big, has been a big Chinese research center. Shut it down. So if you don't have your own, where will you go? Where will you go? So as you do technology transfer, make sure that you are building your own. So science, we called it the highway. You must be very deliberate about building knowledge in all these panels. Actually, we have added a 60th one, environment for sustainability. The second thing missing in that, in the black box, which we don't know, is the science, the laws that govern that journey, that govern that highway. We lack that application. The first one there, scientific process, we have heard about it, usually in science, in methods of research, but not as a principle on the way you operate, on the way you design things, on the way you design policies, on the way, as a principle that governs everything. We needed to make sure that we have that. The value chain approach. Industries by nature are made up of value chains. They are made up of many, many different components, which are products of STI along the way. When you don't understand the value chain, then you don't know where to start and anchor. Where the money is where you should start. Buy some, make some as you grow. We don't understand that. It's not in our How do you do value chain analysis? How do you do the mapping? How do you, the one that they do in society, they are in socio-economic, they are people who do it at community level. But for you to pick coffee beans, and then deliberately determine if our country is going to benefit from coffee, which should be at least the minimum step we go to. The minimum step we go to so that we are building some wealth in our nation. You just grow coffee and export it, not knowing that every day, every time you export, you make your farmer poorer. Because the farmer makes a loss on the production. By data, the data we have now. But we don't understand that process. The journey, I will show you that. The others I will just skip through because of time. The journey, I'm going to show you. An appropriate ecosystem and brutal integrity. Compromise the science and you are finished. So this is the same processes, but applied to every, including curriculum development. Can we use the scientific process? Not just feelings. Not just, we think, you know, I attended one curriculum development center, activity when we were making this lower secondary. And there was this committee, this group which was dealing with agriculture. And I found them conversing. Those middlemen, we must get rid of them. We must. And I was like, but has that arisen out of a scientific process? Or just feelings? So it's deeper than just what it is. The value addition, value chain analysis, I've already commented on it. You need to break down things. So what I can show you a little is that education lacks basic information about value chain development. That is why even in things like agriculture, farmers don't have standard information on how profitable the enterprise is. They are not able to do it because, one, the Africans' personal input labor is not quantified. How much do I give a woman who digs holes to plant coffee for a week? How do you quantify that? That's an input. Because she's spending herself, so it should be converted into value, and she should be making a profit on her efforts. But it's not calculated. We can only say, oh, leasing land, this was this much. But that labor is not quantified. Then we focus on components of value chains which were important to colonial industries. That one because the system for generating them is there. And it was not in the interest of the colonialists to tell your father or your grandfather that they are growing cotton at a loss. Their interest was to produce cotton cheaply for their factories. So they didn't include that in the curriculum. It is us to generate it. Prioritizing. I will not go too much into that. These are some examples of value chains that we have analyzed. I will just mention about this one. We are making buses. Do you understand the value chain of the bus? And many people jump up and say, you're doing this will not work. It's based on what? So we have systematically evaluated that bus making, and we have zeroed on the parts that we want to make here. We started at a certain point, buy some, make some. The ones that we have capacity to make. But you had to have the ability to do that value chain analysis. Most businesses here, most of these enterprises, you tell people, we have skilled you, go and start and do this. Now you have come out, start your own business. They don't know value chain analysis. they borrow, get small loans, and they can't pay them. Not because they have mishandled the loan, but because they didn't understand the journey. Innovation is not complete until we have a product on the market that people are willing to pay for. If you have one if your tomato sauce is more expensive than the one coming from the US, people will not buy yours. If your shea butter is more expensive than the one that comes in from Dubai, or your honey is more expensive, they will not buy yours. So, how do you understand? This content here is missing in our curriculum. Right from basic education to university. They may teach a few fragments here and there, but it is missing. So we broke it up in 4 phases. Ideation, phase 2, because all value addition starts with an idea. It's a science technology concept. It starts with an idea. Ideas build on knowledge. Knowledge is most universally dispensed through the education system. So they will innovate in areas which they have understood. And then after the prototypes, we must start to convert it into a product that the market wants. And then we must start to build an enterprise out of it. And then we will have a mature brand. Most of this is missing in our curriculum. So what have we done? This was has been identified by many stakeholders, and the president has given us a directive. He wants us to have a qualitative leap of the economy through value addition. He actually is pained that most of our economy is still raw material based. For us to open up more opportunities for jobs for our young people who are graduating from all these institutions, we must shift gear. We still continue to produce the raw materials, but we should stop selling raw materials. That means we need to develop capacity to do value addition. So I'll skip some of this. This is part of what we do. We were established, the ministry was closed as a sector, and established the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat as a coordinating center for science and thinking anew so that we can drive. And what have we done so far? We have done a comprehensive situation analysis. We have defined how science links to the economy. We have developed the ethos, the ideology. We have defined systems and structures and processes. We have not yet put them on the ground. That's partly why I'm here. So thank you for inviting me. We have understood which the science impacts even on the rate of growth. Here we have studied over 30 different economies, and we've seen which ones have adopted science, technology, and innovation and how they look like, and which we have actually studied very many, but this one we've categorized them in 3. This is the Vietnam one, green in the upper curve, good growth, a little bit of technology transfer, and contract manufacturing. We have the red one is the Mexico group. They started with a high GDP, but they have not grown. We've looked at how are they handling their science, technology, and innovation. Then we've looked at the blue, which is the China group. There are many which fall in between. But all I want to show you is that most of the claims I'm making are scientifically derived. These are some of the different economies and plotting their growth, and then going to study, do this reviews, literature reviews. We even have mentors in some of these countries who work with us to guide us. How did South Korea develop? We have university professors whom we have been studying with the things in their economy. So the message is that only STI-led economies have been able to attain and sustain a qualitative leap. Hence, the education system should be designed to support that. You are the people who produce. You are really at a pivotal point. You produce the ones who develop the education system. You produce the trainers of those who deliver the education system. So universities and tertiary institutions are critical in this addressing the challenges. So then we have also looked at the technological developments. We cannot just say, this is how England started so many years ago. We should also do that. But we have to position in the context of time. And there are phenomena which are at the moment driving. So please don't stay in the old. Don't look at curriculum and keep going into the old. This new curriculum should be agile. If you are developing new curricula, even the systems for approval should be agile. They should be able to adapt very quickly. But we should be cognizant of these things. We have a lot of technological advancements. For the next 20 years, green energy and climate change is going to sweep industry. It's going to sweep where investment is. It's going to sweep where markets are. How are we positioning the curriculum, the graduates, to take advantage of this? When you over-delay, we will be left behind. Now artificial intelligence is here and sweeping. So the way when we teach people should not be to master a technical skill per se. It is how to get to understand and acquire new skills as quickly as possible. So then COVID was a game changer because it was the wake-up bell for Africa. And Africa is going to assert themselves more and more. And the people in the sectors, even as top leadership does that, the people in education, you need to assert yourself more and more. There has been this intellectual dependence. A lot of intellectual dependence. We are smart. We are capable. The global village. No matter how much people try to build the silos, I tell you, they are not going to last. The world has moved away. But also the world is becoming multipolar. That is a movement nobody will stop. It is not for us Ugandans to say, the world is now multipolar. It's not unipolar. And then we have this young group of people. These kids are so smart. They can skip, they can jump, they can learn fast. You know, my kids know, by the time they're in secondary or primary, early secondary school, they know so much computer, more than me. Because while I say a computer after finishing Makerere, for them, they started talking with the computer. And they now have a lot of access. So how do we harness this to create jobs? So our vision is to make Uganda the best, most technologically developed nation in this region. Fortunately or unfortunately, you are the one to deliver it. We have made a vision for you to deliver because you are the source of this technology. I just want to go and talk about some I have like 5 minutes and I'll finish. There is a set of 3 slides I don't see. Okay, let me just talk about them. I thought they would be here. Seems they are not here. Just a set of 3 slides, which are very informative for this. Why do we have jobs? Why don't we have jobs? And why do we have a mismatch in skills? I thought I needed to talk about that. Now, how did we start our education system? We started it to meet the needs of the people who established it. Now, for you to establish a consistent employment system, you needed to have several things in place. These ones you'll jot down. You need to have several things in place. Those things include, you needed to have people who do research and ideation, the R&D. You need to have R&D, which is generating new ideas, new thoughts, just like we were in the Industrial Revolution. Then those ideas build the science, build the technologies which are coming. Then those technologies build the industries. Now, these 3 categories of information, the people doing the research, the people building the technologies, and the industry, that's where we find source of information to build the curriculum. That's the source of information for curriculum. Once we do not have those 3, once we don't have those 3, then we build a curriculum which stands alone. We build a curriculum because which industry, those people whom you are training, where are they supposed to work? Just because there is a manufacturing facility there in Namamve, it does not mean that the people in your university coming out of your curriculum, they are necessarily aligned to work in that industry. Actually, that's why we have this duality. Your curriculum is built by educators, because the R&D leading to that industry was done somewhere else. The technology which is in that industry was done somewhere else, so you don't have those people here. But now, either that person running the industry will develop for you the curriculum, or you work to develop the curriculum with them, or else we sit in the university and we develop the curriculum. The challenge is that that curriculum does not speak to that industry. We are using textbooks, we are using theory, and because of that, there is a mismatch. So we have a lot of young graduates who don't have jobs because the industrialists claim they are not mismatched. The challenge is curriculum. Did we have those people contribute? So what happens is those people either they go and bring the people who have been trained on that technology to come and work here. And then our people end up sealing boxes, the peripheral jobs. Because those people are not bad people. Our people are not skilled in the level of technology which we have now, which those people have brought in the country. I've heard of engineers who graduate and they become machine operators. They are not allowed to touch the machines because the technology they studied on is not the one which is in that industry. So as long as we lack R&D, we lack technology developers, and we lack industries which link with the curriculum you're teaching in the university, that problem is going to continue. And the solution lies in there. I come to the lower issues. The lower issues are like the technicians. The concept of TVET in Uganda came when we started having some industries, either to partially add value like ginning cotton. So then we had the ginneries. Now we needed to train technicians to work in the ginnery. Then later when people are selling cotton, people saw some market for people to buy fabric from here. So we started some spinning and working on the fabrics. Then we started those technical institutions to provide those skills. Those people were trained to work in those industries. After the turmoil, the breakdown of these things, when we came back and started to develop the nation, we started to develop TVETs again. But this time there were no factories. So we saw a gap that these people can do welding and sell directly to the market. They can do carpentry and they sell. And it started off very well. So we got this concept, which I disagree with. Skill people so that they can become job creators. There is no nation which just skills people and sends them out to start their own businesses. People are skilled for employment first. Because only 2% of a population is entrepreneurial. Only 2% can successfully, even if they have a skill, only 2% can successfully start and run a business. That's why we have this start, fail, because we have this erroneous concept that when you must train young people, they will go out there and start sustainable businesses. A few will, the majority won't. They will not succeed. Even when they start, they will get a loan and the business will collapse and they will even lose the piece of land which they had. And majority of them now in border riding. Because it is an erroneous concept. Now, when we started, they worked a bit well because there was market. Then things changed. I'm a tailor. If I sit at a veranda, everybody in the village will bring their clothes. But when a Chinese dress is being sold in my village cheaper than the tailoring costs, who will go to the tailor? When the cost of replacing shoes from China is cheaper than a cobbler, mending, repairing, so that market is completely eroded. The carpenters, we are working and making furniture for you. You all buy furniture from Malaysia. You don't buy from them, so there is no more market. There's no more market for them. So after scaling, there are so many skilled people, but they are sitting there because the market, the economy has not been shaped to support them. So let me conclude. Is it back? Just let me conclude. Sorry for taking so long. We have now the human capital that we need to build in each and every sector you will talk about, because you're educating for something. Don't educate people for the sake of knowledge. Educate people for a purpose. And we are needing to develop all this workforce. We need the practitioners. We need the educators. We need the managers. We need the planners, the popularizers, the advisors, the champions. We need to shine light at all those levels, and we get rid of the black box. Thank you so much for listening to me.
I think the Honorable Minister deserves a bigger clap. And as chairman has stood up, can we stand up and really appraise that? That is really, it was excellent. We thank you, Honorable Minister, and you can take your seats. And when you said you are presenting as a technical, we really agree. Honorable Minister, I want to introduce only two people. I want to introduce two people who are in charge of curriculum in this country. Dr. Vincent Sembatia, you are here for universities. And Dr. Maria Nakachwa, where are you? Now, anything not picked here, those two people you ask. But there is another one more important also. Dr. Bernadette Nambi Karuhanga from NCDC. Honorable Minister, if they didn't take notes, then I want to thank you, Honorable Minister. I know at an appropriate time someone will thank you, but these participants, and I represent them, we are agreed to forego break tea for purposes of this educative paper. We thank you. We don't take it for granted. And I think it was worth it. Sometimes we need to make some of these sacrifices. And our next program, Honorable Minister, just as a refresher, we are going to go out, take a group photo, then take us a cup of tea so that people can refresh. Then we'll come back for some few questions if you allow. But allow me to introduce some other council members who have just come in. And I want to take this opportunity to introduce the Vice Chairperson of the National Council, Professor Joy Kwesiga, who is also the Vice Chancellor of Kabale University. Allow me to introduce Dr. Jennifer Musoke, who is the Chairperson of the ICT Research and Innovation at the National Council. And I see a number of Vice Chancellors, but I'll be able to introduce them at a later time, but we want to recognize all of you participants. We don't take it for granted. Can we go for a group photo? Then just grab a cup of tea and come back. There's no break today. Yeah. Yes. Saulo, you just guide us for the group photo. Yeah.
Deputy Vice Chancellors present, and principals, management team from higher education institutions around, management of Mbale City, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced. My name is Safina Bira. I work with the Busitema University in the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs. And I thank National Council for inviting me. Uh, I was given to talk on the role of higher education in Uganda's transformation through production and value addition. First of all, I would like to recognize that this particular topic is actually in line with the Busitema vision and mission, because Busitema the vision is a center of academic and professional excellence in science, technology, and innovation. And our mission is to provide high standard training, engage in quality research and outreach for socio-economic transformation and for sustainable development. Now, the core issue here is, which the minister had already elaborated quite very well, is about value addition. And we recognize that the NDP3 objective 1 is to enhance value addition in key growth opportunities with about 5 strategies. And us as the university, we are there to address, to ensure that these strategies are actually realized and achieved. The strategies include promotion of agro-industrialization, increase local manufacturing activities, promote mineral-based industrialization, harness the tourism potential, and promote export orientation growth. Now, I particularly chose coffee because we are in the coffee region. And the minister was mentioning that at Uganda level, we stop possibly at drying the berries and splitting them, stocking them into sacks, and then exporting them. Most of it at that level. But value addition, we need to process or transform our product from its original form to a more valuable state. So most cases we don't reach to a more valuable state. And we want to see what is our education contributing to that. Now, when I was checking what are we not doing and where are we, what contribution are we making, is that value addition to products can be accomplished through creating value, and that is innovation and industrial innovation, and also capturing value, and that is coordination. Creating value, or that is actual or perceived value to customers for superior product services, involve innovative products, enhance products characteristic, enhance services, creating brand names, and develop unique customer experience. Maybe we should start asking ourselves, between there for us, the education institution, what are we doing, or where are we in ensuring that we are creating value? Now, creating value through innovation involves improving existing processes, procedures, products, and services, or creating new ones. But creating value through industrial innovation involves processing traditional, for example, if we talk of agricultural products or crops into non-food end products. For example, you can process maize into ethanol and other products. Possibly we could, I wanted to bring this one into perspective so that we get to know, are we training, and possibly our training programs, are they in this direction? But also creating value through capturing value involves through changing distribution of value in production, just the way the word capture is. Direct marketing, vertical integration, producer alliance, and cooperative efforts. Now, if we did all these, we shall be competitive in global market, attracting foreign investment and creating opportunities for export oriented production and value chain. Now below there, I demonstrated how possibly through the universities we are contributing to attainment of value chain. We have purchasing or procurement, research and development. I think that's what we do best. We have human resource development and corporate infrastructure. So majorly, I think we are maybe in the two middle boxes. Now, the role of higher education in national transformation, we already know that higher education is a key driver for Uganda's transformation through production and value addition. And we are already doing this. But how we are doing it and to what extent possibly could be the question. Higher education, we know, not only contributes to the development of skills, but also to fosters innovation, entrepreneurship, research, and laying foundation for sustainable economic growth and development. We are aware that through higher education, we improve on the skills and knowledge essential for access to decent work and add value to existing subsistence employment and products. Higher level human capital enables plants and machinery to be used more efficiently. We know we have different levels of employment, but higher education will facilitate the individuals to use the machinery and equipment and plants more efficiently, raising the rate of return on investment. And therefore, high-skilled labor accelerates technological change and innovation. And we should all be striving to achieve that. So, and we know if we have shortage in skills, which are attained through higher education, we shall have reduced productivity and value addition, which will finally increase the cost of production. Now, the role of higher education, I've demonstrated it in that diagram. One is that we improve the quality of human capital, skilled, talented people for industries. We also produce individuals with sufficient knowledge and discoveries which are sufficient for innovation and technological development, but also through quality human capital, we produce individuals who are capable of efficiency in production, where possibly the output and the input are either balanced or you get a positive, which leads to economic transformation. But through skilled and technical individuals, we are able to upgrade our industrial structures and possibly come up with new innovation, and which will lead to energy efficiency, which therefore leads to green economy. Green economy is an integration of environment. We have technical, managerial, and institutional innovation, and all that combined. And therefore, our higher education should be able to address that up to the end. Now, we are aware of our NDP3, which I think it should be now, we are now going possibly to NDP4 soon, on human capital development, which identifies that human capital development as one of the priority areas that can be leveraged to attain socio-economic transformation. And that's very important for us as an institution, because that's where we belong and possibly our contribution. And particularly human capital development addresses NDP3 objective 1 up to 4, majorly, which I've outlined down here. And for more emphasis on objective 4. Now, we are aware that a country that invests in its human capital secures its future. And well-educated, skilled, healthy human resources are essential to facilitate the development. So adequate investment in STI is critical for a country to industrialize and achieve sustainable development. So maybe we could find out, do we have adequate investment in STI? Is it possibly the reason why we are not where we are supposed to be? Maybe those could be some of the issues. But otherwise, for us to also give much, maybe we may require adequate investment in that area. The availability of priorities and adequate human capital, appropriate and human capital facilities increase in production, that is not disputed, and the technological growth. So particularly human capital development program objective 2 is outlined there. And that's what we are supposed to address as universities, as higher education institutions in this program. Now, how are we responding? What are we doing currently? First of all, we recognize it is very important, and therefore one of the issues we are addressing is access to higher education barrier, by creating a range of admission schemes which are available, and also flexible learning opportunities, so that all Ugandans can be skilled and attain that level of innovation and be able to add values to the products that we produce. But we also develop sectoral skills through a range of interventions to support skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. And we are doing that through introduction of short courses, because we have realized that not everybody should be able to study. Not all things can be addressed in the degree programs, but we want to ensure that no one is left behind. But also implementing relevant academic programs of national priority. When you check our NDP3 outlines the shortage of human resource in the country, and if we are developing our academic programs, we should be alive and address some of those shortages that have been outlined. But also we do community engagement and education. The other aspect, of course, is research and innovation, centers of excellence through which we conduct research and innovation for both local interventions and the national consumption. We have been, for over the years, we have been conducting research, but it's recent that institutions of higher learning are coming up with the centers of excellence to ensure that we streamline our research to answer particular questions. Most of those research we are doing, possibly they were a little more scattered, but I've seen institutions of higher learning now, they are concentrating into developing research in strategic areas through centers of excellence. The other thing is creating technological innovation and business incubation centers. These are there being created, I've seen in a number of universities, but possibly the linkage between industry and private partner is still a little weak, and possibly we may have to see how we can strengthen it, since the issue of entrepreneurship has not been our very strong niche as institutions of higher learning. The other thing indeed is cultural heritage promotion, preservation, and value addition in a number of things, including policy recommendation through thought leadership. Honorable Minister, you are here and giving us a lot of recommendation simply because higher education did that one to you. Now, this is what I thought in terms of innovation ecosystem in relation to higher education. The common one we do is the direct route is education, and then we do fundamental research and applied research, then theory, experiment. Applied research leads to technology development, and also the fundamental research finally leads to technology development. Now, we then produce those prototypes which the minister was referring at, which require scaling up. Now, at the point of scaling up, that's where possibly the hardship comes in, and because it requires many players. And that's why we are saying we need to strengthen our private our public-private partnership, and which finally leads to commercialization. So in there, of course, we have our teachers, our researchers, and the entrepreneurs. Okay, it's okay. And of course, the students are the key players. So meanwhile, we are supposed that ecosystem is supposed to produce skilled, qualified workers for industry and society, and so you can see the linkage. And finally, we expect, which is yet a new thing universities are coming up with, research parks and the incubation centers that should now finally process our innovations into ready for market consumption, including processing our traditional knowledge. So fostering innovation and research can generate new ideas, that one we have already mentioned, and contribute to products and value addition in sectors such as agriculture, industry, and technology. Now, if, for example, we foster innovation, this is seen in a number of ways. For example, the number of business startups. I've been informed that when we start our businesses, do not see the next birthday, but it should be reflected in that way. Adoption of new technology, which our graduates should be doing. Introduction of new and improved goods and services, and new designs and fashions. So our fostering technology should lead in some of those things, if not all of them. Now, it has been identified that skills development is one of the most priority areas that can lead to attain socio-economic transformation. And higher education equips professionals with the skills, because we know that skills attainment is a deliberate, systematic, and sustained effort, and we can only achieve that through higher education. And a number of skills are there, which some of them, if not all of them, we are passing to our students. These are attained through our study programs, and therefore leading to the development of best practices, leading to increased productivity, value addition in a number of sectors. Now, in entrepreneurial development and technology transfer, where higher education institutions encourage entrepreneurial mindset. Now, possibly the issue of where do they practice this when they are still in an institution is another thing. But we at higher education institution, we can inspire, equip individuals to start and manage businesses while fostering the growth of SMEs, contributing to increased production and value addition. So research collaboration with industry is very important here to ensure that we apply our scientific knowledge to practical problems. What do we need to do so that possibly we get where we want to be? I must say that we are doing this, but possibly we are not where we want to be. And possibly that's why there are some of those gaps that have been highlighted. We need borderless interaction between higher education institution, research and development, industry and society, so as to develop innovative education and pathways, but also flexible working and mobility opportunities of students, scientists, and entrepreneurs, so that we can interface with the different sectors to ensure that the skills that are being imparted and developed are aligned with the needed skills and knowledge. But we also need to improve our pedagogical approaches, lifelong learning, and new reforms in learning. But most importantly, invest in infrastructure and technology to capture the demands. You realize, the NCDC people here, that there is reform in lower curriculum, but some schools are struggling to implement those curriculum simply because some infrastructure is not enabling. Some of those equipment and facilities they need to use are not available as much as they would wish to do, and that also is a case in some of our higher education institutions, possibly if not all. Staff training, staff development and recruitment to cater for diversity skills. We have staffing levels which are extremely high, extremely low, and therefore they are torn apart to do so many things, and they may not efficiently possibly do what is expected of them up to the end because of the load on them. So that's another area that requires improvement, and increased promotion of innovation and commercialization of research output. So we do research a number of years. Most of our research in many universities and institutions are on the shelves, but how we produce them and commercialize them and transfer the knowledge to industry for other products and etc. is still an area that we require to explore. But this is important because we need to ensure that there is value attached to research. We already mentioned on the issue of streamlining academic program to meet the current and the future demands. We do review our programs. Might be possibly we need to do more. Increase the funding. I didn't want to write this one because even I thought I should even skip it, because every time funding is mentioned, it is taken as if it is an escape goat. But indeed, some of these activities to be conducted, some improvement in funding in higher education institutions need to be taken into account so that we can empower our graduates and facilitate our facilitators to do what is expected of them. But selectively deploy resources on what the idea projects. I would like to commend especially the ministry, the STI, Office of the President, which is doing this one very well. And also choose programs and projects based on problems that need to be solved rather than those that can be solved. Maybe that could also help. I wanted to demonstrate here that actually currently we are majorly we are contributing to the 15 SDGs, well-being which is taken by those, and environment which is catered by 7, 13, 14, 15, and then the economy. And I conclude by saying that higher education institutions are engines of economic transformation, driving innovation, human capital development, and knowledge creation. Strategic investment in higher education, research, and innovation is essential for unlocking full potential of higher education institutions in driving sustainable economic development. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Professor Bila, for that presentation on the role of higher education in Uganda and the transformation that we are all looking towards, that we come from higher education. Honorable Minister, our guest of honor, and distinguished participants with all protocol observed, you gave us a very good keynote to open our minds on many fronts. And we've realized that we should have the plugins that the key presentations should come now, so that we have a discussion after lunch in the afternoon. And that also will help reorganize the time that we have as an innovation. And we are all aware of the developments happening in the country with the new curriculum coming on board, and it has already progressed towards exams in the lower secondary education system. Everyone knows that, but higher education still remains a huge gap in our minds. And we know that the curriculum at the higher education institutions plug into what happens at these lower systems, especially at the A level. There's an immediate, it's like the single gauge railway that we are dealing with. The railway, the train comes from Kenya and reaches the border, and the rails will not allow it to proceed. So we are now at the very drastic end of things. We are thinking, how do we link the curriculum of higher education institutions to the lower curriculum with that missing middle of the A-level system? So with us here we have Dr. Bernadette Kaluhanga, who is the Deputy Director in Curriculum Development Center, in charge of curriculum review and instructional materials at the National Curriculum Development Center. So she is going to ignite our thoughts in that direction. So Dr. Kaluhanga, you are very much welcome to give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. The guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovations, Dr. Msenero Monica, the Chairperson, National Council for Higher Education, Governing Council, Professor Katunguka, the Executive Director, Professor Mary Okwako, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. My name has already been mentioned and it's written over there. We are looking at the possibility of aligning the higher education curriculum with the new lower secondary curriculum. We have been calling it the new lower secondary curriculum, but it's no longer new because it has been around for, this is the 4th year. If it wasn't for COVID, we would have had it already assessed last year. So we want to see whether it's necessary for us as higher institutions of learning to align our curriculum with that of the lower secondary. The focus of this presentation will be basically to talk about the philosophy of the lower secondary curriculum, what changed, because we need to know what it is that is in the lower secondary curriculum for us to be able to think about or to start a conversation around the need for alignment. Why should we align? What should we align? And what are the implications for higher education curriculum? When Dr. Msenero was talking, she talked about the need for a purpose, that any education system must have a purpose. But we all know that as Uganda, I think, we don't yet have a philosophy, I want to call it a philosophy, of education. So for us as National Curriculum Development Center, we felt it necessary to come up with a philosophy which guided the lower secondary curriculum. And like the Honorable Minister rightly said so, the philosophy helps you to see where you want these learners to be at the end of the training, and it helps you now to determine what you should package so that at the end of the day, they are able to be the kind of persons you want them to be. I picked a few issues from the doctor's presentation, the Honorable Minister. She emphasized the flexibility in the curriculum, meaning we need to constantly keep our ears on the ground so that we pick whatever is coming to match it with the demands of society. The need for forecasting. We are here right now, but maybe in 2 years' time, some of the things we are talking about will be irrelevant. So we need to keep forecasting so that we bring things on board. The issue of employability and the lack of job opportunities. She talked about a lot of things, and I don't want to go into the details, but I just felt like that presentation was fitting well in what I think we are going to be looking at. I want to request the members to just play for me that from there. I want us to, can we increase the volume? Oh, sorry about the language. Sorry about the English, the language, but So, just in brief, that is the kind of candidate or learner that will be received by the universities and higher institutions of learning. And beyond this, we are also saying that this learner must be exposed to holistic education. Holistic, and it is underlined, meaning that it is no longer about knowledge, it's not only about skills, but it's about knowledge, skills, values, attitudes. The Honorable Minister talked about attitudes, the negative attitudes of employees. Because a person thinks she got a first class, comes to the workplace, and feels entitled without any values. So the lower secondary curriculum came up with that philosophy that we want a holistic education for personal and national development. And this was informed by a scientific study that was conducted in the form of a needs assessment. We also conducted a labor market survey and also conducted benchmarks with countries in sub-Saharan Africa and also in the developed world. We also had stakeholder engagements, and we also had looked at the global trends and also the needs of society and the society dynamics. And that's how we came up with this philosophy, specifically for the lower secondary curriculum. And our aim is to produce citizens with employable skills which are competitive in the job market. Yes, we agree that maybe the job market may be saturated, but we believe that there is a need for us to have a starting point to make sure that our learners, our children, have something to do. So what is it that changed in the new curriculum, in the lower secondary curriculum? First of all, we had a change in the design. And like I've told you, this was not NCDC information. All this was collected through the needs assessment, the situation analysis, the benchmarks, the stakeholder engagements, and so on. And the members felt that it's high time we focused on what the learner can do, as opposed to a learner who is giving back knowledge given to them by the teacher. And also, we are looking at a system which promotes learner-centeredness. We want our learner to be at the center of learning. We don't believe in the teacher knowing it all. Time has come when our learners, in some cases, are even more knowledgeable than we are, to the extent that sometimes we wonder whether we are still relevant, considering what's going on in the world. So we focus on the learners leading their own learning, but we also focus on differentiated instruction strategies, because we believe that we have learners with mixed abilities. We have learners who are talented in different ways. And therefore, we emphasize that this curriculum should be effected using differentiated instruction strategies. We also were advised by the stakeholders through the needs assessment that the curriculum menu needed to be reduced. We originally were offering 43 subjects. Right now, we are looking at 22 subjects. At school level, the school is supposed to offer 15 subjects. Because we looked at the burden that this child has been experiencing with all those subjects, and we felt that when this knowledge is integrated, which is one of the pedagogies we adopted when we were looking at this curriculum, this learner would have sufficient knowledge, skills, and values to take him or her to the next level, but also to enable him in his everyday living. So at school level, we proposed, or we guided that it should be 15 subjects, but of course there are schools that are offering more than that. Again, that's an issue of lack of maybe trust in the system, I don't know. And then at senior 1 and 2, the learner is supposed to do 12 subjects. And at senior 3 and 4, the learner is supposed to do 8 subjects, minimum and maximum 9 subjects. The learners that have special needs, especially those who are visually impaired, are supposed to do 7 subjects. We have introduced new subjects in the curriculum, basically sign language and physical education, and these will be examined for the first time in this year at the end of cycle. We also have subjects which we have made compulsory at senior 1 and 2. That is physical education, entrepreneurship, religious education, and Kiswahili. And each of these, there was reason as to why it was made compulsory. We all know why we think physical education should be compulsory. We want to nurture the talent. We want to tap into the learners' talents so that in case they fail to progress, or even when they progress, they can still earn a living. They can still survive. Entrepreneurship, the Honorable Minister talked about it. Its usefulness is not questioned. Religious education, we have seen moral decadence, and the stakeholders felt that it was necessary for us to get back to the roots, to make sure that all learners are exposed to religious education at senior 1 and 2. And of course, Kiswahili, having joined the East African community, we all know why we need it. We also introduced Chinese language, in addition to the other 4 already existing foreign languages. The others are French, German, Latin, and Arabic. Yes, thank you. And Arabic. So Chinese, we all know why we need it. And then general science was specifically designed for learners with special needs. Sorry? We need Chinese because, like the Honorable Minister said, we import the clothes, the cameras, the whatever from China. We need to know the language to communicate when we are there. We also had change in subject names. There are some subjects that were merged. For example, music, dance, and drama, we call it performing arts because that is the nomenclature that's now trending. Art and design from fine art, because we are looking beyond just fine art. We are also going into designing. History and political education, nutrition and food technology from home management and foods and nutrition. We also merged technical drawing, woodwork, metalwork, electricity and electronics, power and energy, carpentry, mechanical drawing, building, and concrete practice into technology and design. These are taught in kind of a modular way because they are, in a way, kind of a standalone, much as you can still integrate in one area or another. The role of the subject content has also shifted. We are emphasizing deeper learning. It's no longer knowledge acquisition, reproduce what the teacher has given you. It's more about helping the learner to be able to think beyond the ordinary, to be able to do what we call critical analysis, to be able to create, to be able to come up with their own knowledge. As long as it can be substantiated, it is acceptable, especially in the current world. We are also focusing on knowledge, understanding, skills, and here we are looking at the higher order thinking skills. We also emphasize practical skills. We also emphasize generic skills, which we are calling 21st century skills, or which we are calling soft skills. We also think that values are very critical. Without values, even when you're the smartest, you will not go far. Attitudes. When you have a negative attitude to work, even when you know it all, you will not go far. But besides those, we have also emphasized the cross-cutting issues to do with climate change, issues to do with the environment, and many other things. Recently, we had the pandemic, the pandemics, the Ebola, the COVID-19, and all those. Those are under cross-cutting issues. And also looking at the contemporary issues, because we believe that a curriculum should be flexible, such that when there is anything that comes on board, we must immediately take it into consideration and integrate it in the curriculum, and of course, emerging issues. We also changed the time for school. The learners begin studying at 8 a.m. up to 2:55 p.m. That is instruction time, where they are in the classroom, the teacher is facilitating. But from 2:55 to 4 p.m., they are supposed to go and do study on their own through research, because we want to develop their research skills, project work, because we have adopted project-based learning as a methodology, clubs, games, sports to nurture their talent, and also time for self-study and reflection on what has been taught. Now, this time of 2:55 p.m. to 4 p.m. must be teacher supervised. It's not to leave it to the learners to do it themselves, but the teacher must guide those learners so that they are able to apply what they have learned in the classroom setting. The teaching learning process is basically activity-based. We are discouraging a lot of theoretical learning, a lot of words, a lot of knowledge. We are saying let the learners be engaged in activities so that they are able to discover by themselves and thereafter explore and explain and then apply what they have learned. So it is also contextual. We try to guide teachers that they must always help identify individuals within the community so that these learners can be able to visit. For example, if you're teaching about woodwork, if you have a carpenter within the community, they should go and visit and see and also try out. But also we guide teachers to always use examples from within the context. Not to talk about dinosaurs, for example, when the learners have never seen anything like that. We are also talking about interactive and integrative approaches, but also emphasizing formative assessment, because our purpose is not to pass exams. Our purpose is to ensure that the children, the learners, can learn. So we emphasize assessment for learning. The pedagogies that have been adopted in the lower secondary curriculum: use of ICT as a tool for learning, differentiated learning, I've already talked about that, because we believe that learners have different, they are gifted differently, but they also have multiple intelligences. We also emphasize the pedagogy of integration. Integration across subjects, but also integration of assessment in the teaching learning process. And we are also emphasizing that the learner must be at the center of learning. The teacher is simply a facilitator and no longer a teacher who must tell the learner everything. Because we realize that our learners now are very, very knowledgeable. We all agree that there is information overload, and most of these learners sometimes even read more than we do, and so we feel that we need to give them that opportunity. Collaborative learning. We are promoting collaborative learning because we believe that in sharing their ideas, in cooperating, they will be able to excel. Project-based learning, problem solving. The new curriculum emphasizes the need for identifying a problem and getting a solution to that problem, as opposed to getting knowledge and reproducing that knowledge. We are also saying that the learners should be exposed to problems that promote critical thinking, discovery, exploration, analysis, and application. Those are the pedagogies that have been emphasized in the lower secondary curriculum. Then we also changed the assessment modalities. In the past, we were emphasizing norm-referenced assessment, where we are comparing one learner against the other, and we are looking at one size fits all. Now we are saying that we want to look at this learner as an independent learner. So we are focusing more on criterion referenced assessment, which is based on a prior set of standards. We have a criteria, and depending on what the learner can do, that learner will be placed in that criteria where they match. We have also proposed a 20% school-based assessment to contribute to the 100% end of cycle, and 80% to come from the UNEB assessment at the end of cycle. Now, the school-based assessment is mainly to help the learners to learn, but also the learners to look at it as, the learner has contributed greatly throughout the 4 years. We feel that it's not fair for this learner to be examined in 3 hours, theoretically, and when they have a challenge at that point in time, they fail and they are dubbed incompetent. So we feel that 20% is low, but it's better. We have a starting point. Hopefully, as we put systems in place which are robust, we shall get there and maybe increase on that percentage. And here, we expect each learner to have a project at the end of the day. This project is based on what the learner has been able to innovate, and then the learner uses the knowledge they've acquired during the process of learning from senior 1 to senior 4, and they come up with a project. And then we have what we call the activity of integration. Remember, I told you that we adopted the pedagogy of integration. And this activity of integration brings together all the knowledge that the learners have learned in a given chapter. And it is integrated into a scenario related to real life. And the learners are expected to provide a solution. The purpose is to help learners to be problem solvers as opposed to just getting in knowledge. So we assess based on the product, which is in form of a project or in form of an output, or we also consider a conversation because we look at the soft skills. That conversation helps us to know the kind of communication skills the learner has, the kind of critical thinking, and other things, and also observation. We observe to see whether the learner is exhibiting any soft skills, how they do the thing, if it's baking, the processes, have they moved through the processes, have they exhibited some soft skills, and so on and so forth. So the scenario-based items are based on constructs. We look at the curriculum as a body of knowledge, and we break it into constructs, and then the constructs are broken into the learning outcomes, which then become the activities. So whatever activities the teachers are doing should be aimed at the learner achieving that competency, which is a construct at the end of the day. So why should we align? We want to produce the 21st century learner or student. And the 21st century learner or student should be a good communicator, should be a creator, should be a collaborator, should have the right attitude to life, but also to work, should have the necessary concepts and skills, should be creative and innovative, should be a critical thinker, he should be a digital native, communicator and collaborator, researcher, and also technology operator is the kind of learner we are producing right now as higher institutions of learning, having those qualities. And if the answer is no, it's high time we rethought. So, for us to reflect the foundation, we need now to run away from having the same old thinking. the Honorable Minister talked about the need for us to be flexible. We need to start being flexible. And because if we stay with the old thinking, the chances are we shall have the same old results. According to the study, when you look at the skills anticipation trend on the rise, you will realize that creative thinking is considered highest. Most organizations surveyed consider having employees who are creative thinkers, employees who are analytical thinkers, who are technologically literate, who are curious and lifelong learners, who are flexible and agile, and so on and so forth. Question is, are these the kind of learners we are producing at higher institutions of learning? So we need to align our curricula for consistency in knowledge and understanding of what is learned, because we want to ensure relevancy of what is taught to what we experience in everyday living. It is very, very unfortunate when children are given knowledge they cannot apply in their everyday life. But also for purposes of preparedness in the application of what has been learned based on established standards and learning goals. And also for teachers and maybe other practitioners, it sets a foundation for continuous growth by ensuring that professional development programs are aligned with the educational goals and priorities, and also reduced remediation and improved student achievement outcomes and effective use of resources. What should we then align, having considered the benefits of alignment? One, we need to revisit the design. We need to rethink and consider a competence-based design with a focus on learning outcomes, as opposed to a knowledge-based curriculum. We need to revisit the subjects, because if the subjects at the lower level are not aligned to those at the higher education level, there will be a mismatch, and therefore it will be difficult for these learners to cope with the demands at higher level. We need to look at the content or the global ideas by emphasizing and building on concepts taught at lower level, in addition to others if there is any. We need to also now start thinking of designing items that promote higher order thinking, practical and generic skills, values, attitudes. We need to also integrate cross-cutting issues, very critical, and also contemporary issues. The teaching learning strategies need to be revisited. I used to lecture at a university, and I think I want to imagine the reason why we used to be called lecturers. I don't know whether they are still called lecturers. It's because they lecture. Maybe it's effective, maybe it's not. I don't know. But we need to rethink the strategies to ensure that these students are innovative. They are critical thinkers. They are creators. And there is no way we can do that without considering those teaching learning strategies. We need to move away from instructional materials that tell the story, but focus on materials that probe thinking, that pose questions, very key questions, so that the learner can think outside the box. We need collaborative classrooms to foster knowledge creation and sharing through discussions, and also the assessment. We need to also focus on assessing what the learner can do, not just what the learner can give back. What can this learner be able to do, having learned all that you've taught them? What is it that they can bring on the table? So you could consider criterion referenced assessment, because not all learners are the same. Each learner has their capabilities. If I cannot swim, it doesn't mean that because I cannot swim, I'm daft. I may not be able to swim, but when I'm a sprinter, and I may excel in that area, even when I can't excel in this area. But when you expose me to the running, to the swimming, and you tell me that I cannot do it, it may even affect my self-esteem, and I may completely become a failure. Assessment for learning. Let's run away from assessment of learning. You wait for the whole semester, end of cycle, you assess, maybe I was sick, maybe there were other forces that came into play, I couldn't perform, and I'm dubbed dumb. Let's consider assessment for learning. I know that universities right now have the 30% continuous assessment, but it's also summative. So what are the implications for higher education? One, we need a policy to review the higher education programs. We need a policy to guide us on that. We need to collaborate among the key players. Who are the key stakeholders in higher education? To make sure that we train trainers. The training has to start with us. We also don't know. The Honorable Minister told us we have been black boxed. So we need to be helped to get out of the black box. And also train the other trainers, those we train to go out to train others. In designing, developing, and implementing competence-based curricula, we also need to identify common concepts that like learning outcomes which should be achieved by students both at secondary and higher education. We can do this through conducting a scope and sequence. We need to come up with a qualifications framework so that we map whatever is being taught across the continuum, and then we say this is what should be taught here, and it aligns to the higher education in this manner. We also need to identify the gaps and the overlaps in our curricula. We can do mapping. I had the Honorable Minister talk about mapping. We can use curriculum mapping tools or software to help us in visually mapping out what to align. And we need to develop training manuals or programs for the trainees, and also align evolving and dynamic career paths and admission criteria, which serve both the traditional and the emerging job market, using lower secondary curriculum subjects through the advanced level. And last but not least, I'll also talk about the resources. Professor Bira talked about them. We need to provide resources because the process of reviewing curricula and aligning it is very tedious, but also very expensive. Thank you for listening, and that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Bernadette. Yeah, I can testify I used to see you lecturing. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure that you know how much of this the higher education institutions are going to interact with this process, and there will be a panel discussion immediately after lunch, and those people have been identified to be panelists, I hope, have picked up some issues from her presentation. I'm also made to understand that the Honorable Minister have very equally important assignments immediately after lunch and may not be available to interact with us. You probably may need to clap your hands, and then I tell you why you're clapping. Okay, well, thanks for your generosity. The Honorable Minister now says she's going to stay for the discussions. I think you can imagine the interest in this. It's very high. And the higher education institutions have the highest appetite for this. You see, even when you played that video, they already want to change their curriculum to mimic what these young minds can do. They are very excited. In Uganda, we have, I call them the Grize pipelines. These have been talked about so many times. We have even published on them. The secondary from primary schools, the dropouts, the perforation in the pipes. When you lose a lot of oil, if you have an oil pipeline, people leave school systems. They have more competing things which are more exciting for them, like riding borders. Now I think some of the intentions of the lower curriculum system is to discourage you from going to these other competing activities. That the school system will keep you there with all your passion. You should stay there hoping that you can be improved, integrated and made to perform in the high, in the low, the different transformation systems in the economy. So we know that in the discussion we shall be able to talk about those issues, and then because the higher education institutions are anxious to see how they need to make changes so as to align with the very nice anticipation that you have for lower school systems. So as we prepare for that, I think I would need someone to come and announce how the lunch arrangements are made. We are at the 2 o'clock mark. We hope that lunch can be within an hour so that we can reconvene here and have our panel discussions. We shall try and save time during that. But please don't, you can capture your point so that when you come back, you are ready to share. The housekeeping team will let me know how the rest of the arrangements are made. I would like to thank you so much for 2:45. Yes, we need to save more time, so let's get back here at 2:45, but I would like to hand over this microphone to Arthur, who can tell us how else we are going to proceed.
Yeah, I think Dr. Vincent deserves a big clap. And I'll ask Pastor Kafero to pray for the lunch. And Susan and Lynette are distributing coupons on your tables. Now this time I'm calling you Pastor, I'm not calling you Professor or Doctor, because you're going to pray for lunch.
May we stand up for prayer? Our Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the opportunity to listen to the presenters this morning. We want to thank you, Lord, for what we are gaining here. We pray that may you continue to bless us. Above all, Lord, we want to thank you for the lunch that has been prepared. Bless it, and it is been nourish our bodies. I pray in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you very much. He's our council member and he's a VC, Bugema University. And Edie, you lead the chairperson and the honorable minister. And for the lunch is just down in the restaurant. And we shall be back here at 2:45, so to be able to catch up with the time. Yes, yes.
To our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. So these will just be few questions, maybe 5 questions, and for a period of about 15 minutes. Then we shall descend into the panel discussion. So in the meantime, the panelists who have already been identified should be ready for the session on the panel. So the panel will resolve a lot of the questions you have for the previous discussions for the previous presentations. So I hope you remember there was a very nice presentation and you had some questions in mind. So we shall spend this time about five questions. So at this time it will be on the basis of first come, first serve, because we don't even know what you are going to ask. So may I see a few hands based on which I could find those come first. It could be entirely new question, but focused on the theme at hand. Okay, should I just select someone to ask? Some other way to do it. I see a gentleman there. Please introduce yourself, mention your name, note your paragraph, and then ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Reverend Patrick Ouke, Registrar, Living University. My question goes to Honorable Minister. We want, first of all, to appreciate you for the presentation, which was very, very clear. However, I have a question, because there's a challenge with universities sending students for internship, industrial training sessions. Many times the students don't need. So I don't know on the side of government whether there is a plan put policy so that organizations are compelled to accept for internship. Otherwise, many times students are rejected and they are simply at the masses. Serious organizations don't take up students. Students end up with very simple areas for internship because they are not compelled. So I don't know whether there could be a need to kind of rise up, make a policy to compel every organization to be part of the training program by accepting students. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's clear. Can I receive some other one at the back there? Yeah, right, there's a lady there. Please go ahead. Yeah, move the mic.
Thank you very much. My name is Caroline Guina. I'm with the Uganda. Right, so I have my mic might be somewhat full. Regarding the issue, we receive a lot of concern that our graduates no longer have the right attitude, and I'm asking myself, maybe we need to examine this factor. Is it a reflection of the society as a whole, or is this something that we are assuming the schools are not doing enough? Because we might be tasking the schools when the problem is actually much more holistic, and so we need to be asking different kind of questions to try and understand, as a society, why among our young people changing, and get to the root cause, then we come up with a holistic solution. Because I think looking at the schools as not training enough in attitudes might be missing a piece of the problem. The second question has to do with the leap curve that we looked at in terms of the growth trajectory. I observed in the Honorable Minister's presentation that we were looking at China and South Korea as some of our countries of reference. And my question is, as a society, have we sat down to think about the consequent social and environmental challenges that have come as a result of that development? Because we want economic development, and it is really, really good, but at what cost? So I think it would be nice that as we think about improving our graduates for employability and economic growth, we also learn the lessons so that we don't suffer the same challenges that South Korea and China are suffering. South Korea, for example, has the highest rates of teenage suicides in the world. Those are some of the unsaid bits of development that we, I think, need to think through even as we pursue
our own development as a society. Thank you very much.
I see here, let's go to Professor Kwesiga, then we shall go to Dr. Chitayimbwa. Yeah, so bring back the microphone here. I'm counting down.
Thank you very much, moderator Joy Kwesiga, Kabale University. I want to thank the presenters, the minister. It is always a pleasure to listen to you because of the new ideas that you bring up. My question is maybe addressed to you, Honorable Minister, and also the presenter from National Curriculum Development Center. It is about change. There is an urge for us to change our attitudes, to change our approaches, but I'm wondering what strategies you have to carry the people forward. First, from your perspective as minister, how are you planning to carry us forward as we move on? Because I think you are ahead of many of us in terms of looking at change. Then the Curriculum Development Center, how are you bringing the teachers along with you? You speak with passion, but I'm not sure that all the teachers are actually at your level. So what is happening between you and you, the implementers, the teachers, and you are the managers? Thank you.
Yeah, it's going down to Reverend Chitayimbwa. Then we shall have one more.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sembatia. My question goes to the Honorable Minister. Thinking about the black box, how is the language factor contributing to that black box? Because it looks like all our systems are English. You cannot really come to this level without knowing English, and yet even sometimes when the president is speaking on the TV, he fails to express some words in English, and he says these words are best expressed in our local dialect. And so the English has words like winter, summer, spring. In my village, there is no winter, there is no summer, there is no spring. There are some words which I don't even know they exist in English, and possibly maybe what is hindering us, especially in terms of innovation. Could the language be playing a big part? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The member of council here, this table, that will be the fifth question now.
I thought I would be odd enough. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the good presentation, and then the presenters, especially from the National Curriculum Development Center. I have like two questions, but they are kind of food for thought, but also I'm sure I could get some responses from you, Honorable, and the Curriculum Development Center. For users of students of products from universities and other institutions, what we are seeing is we have a population which is youth that doesn't want to work. It's becoming a practice. I mean, they don't want to work, they want ready money. I was just wondering, in this new change out of the black box, because now people seem to want white-collar jobs. You want to sit on the desk and find money in the pocket. But you talk about going to dig, going to do something that is manual. I'm not sure we shall get a very good generation that wants to do that. But I'm only looking at what could cause it. Could be the nature of teaching and the way school is from nursery, from kindergarten, We are taking these children to school from 5 a.m. They are on the desk. They're not doing anything. Even when you go to universities and institutions, you find girls who can't even wash their own clothes. So you wonder the kind of generation that we are having in the context of education and the kind of product we can have in relation to the new curriculum that is actually looking at developing people's skills and wanting people to do hands-on. I'm just looking at the relationship on how that can be built to enable our society accept this. But I'm also looking at where are we leaving the parent, because this is the society, these are the people that are supposed to be, who will be the ones buying the resources anyway that will be used. We haven't seen much of talking of this curriculum on television or over the radios so that people understand what it is. I relate this to what Professor asked on where you are leaving the teachers, but I want to add, where are you leaving the parents who are going to raise these funds to be able to facilitate the education? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, I can see more hands, but we are going to do these 5 because I promised, right, at the beginning. So the Honorable Minister will give an attempt to answer some of. Okay, so you can write down your question and you forward it. We shall have an opportunity to answer. Thank you. I need sanitize. Oh, you can answer, but do I need sanitize? It has ultraviolet as well. Oops. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We'll come back from lunch. I'm happy that you still remembered the content enough to ask questions. Because sometimes people have the questions forming. When something else comes, it replaces. So I'll make an attempt to answer some of these. Some of them really is why we are here to generate the information. So the first question was about institutions or factories or industries accepting interns. The hosting of interns is it must have a mutual benefit. It must have the factories or the workplaces must feel that yes, whereas they are contributing to the learning of this person, they are also benefiting from these people. I don't know, I'm not sure we have anybody from a hospital here. Do we have rejections of interns, medical interns, when they are posted to the hospital? Huh? Someone, can you share with us? We send interns to those hospitals. Do hospitals refuse to host these interns? Oh, he has stepped out? Okay, so there's somebody there. Can you move the mic?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm Dr. Serwanga Jamil, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs, Islamic University in Uganda. What I can share as far as the internship is concerned, the Minister is asking specifically about the medical training.
Yes.
Because for that aspect, we have the internship after the 5 years. That is taken to the side of government, especially in Uganda. But for the clinicals, now for the Islamic University in Uganda, we have already existing MOUs with some hospitals. So at our side, maybe for the Islamic University in Uganda, if I am to answer that, we find that we have arrangements already made and our students are accepted. for that case. But for the internship, as it is implied by the medics, it is now government taking over at that side.
Yes, what I'm asking is the user, the site, the place where we attach this person. When hospitals don't have interns, the MOs are really disorganized because the intern has a vital contribution. They contribute to the workforce. So internship has to be structured such that the person who is hosting the internship is also benefiting. The person sees this as an extra hand that is going to accomplish something. But if they see this person as a burden, as a consumer, who is going to do, we are going to have to add an extra cup of coffee, we are going to increase the expenditures on staff for lunch, but they do not expect to get something beneficial out of the intern, then we are going to keep struggling. So the issue of internship is something that we need to look into. Many times the universities just write a letter and then you send your person there. The other side doesn't know what to do with your person. They are already short of people. Now you want them to sit around, define what they are going to do. So how are we sending these people? Is what they need to learn structured? Is it clearly described? Or these people are just going to go there and they are just lingering around, and many of them just go there, spend a bit of time, scavenge, and they don't really learn much from the internship. So we needed to pay more attention into the internship. We need to dialogue more with the host institutions. We needed to hear what would they want. What would they want? In Uganda, we have not defined students as a source of labor. In most countries, students are the cheapest source of skilled labor, of land labor. Graduate students run a lot of things. In fact, in many universities, I didn't ever see a professor teaching undergraduates. A professor may teach postgraduate students, but the graduate students are the ones who teach the undergraduates. But for us, we have not defined that because we have looked at a student just as a learner, but not as a workforce. So we needed to think through that, make an intern valuable to the institution where they are going. Then we will have more institutions wanting to host these people. Attitude. I think generally, I don't know where it started from, but there has been too much focus on academia and very little focus on developing the holistic person. Too much focus from the parent side and from the academic institutions, the teaching institutions. Both sides. You really, if I asked you in the university, how much time do you sit around with these people to talk to them about non-academic things? How much time do professors sit around and just share life? You come in with at the beginning of your lesson. When it is over, you walk out and leave town. So who is covering this other attitude thing? Similarly, many of the children, the majority actually, go through UPE. In UPE, in the earlier classes especially, it is crowd management. It's crowd management. The teacher doesn't even know all those kids. So who is attending to helping and explaining that to the kids? And then we have this whole thing of boarding school. Boarding school is delegating parenthood to other children and to teachers. Now, if you at home who has 5 children, you cannot manage them. How about a teacher with 500? You imagine a secondary school teacher with 500 teenagers, adolescents. They have books to mark, they have academic material. So the issue is that is something we all need to sit and talk. Everybody must take their responsibility. Unless there is nobody, children are parenting each other. That is the truth. Last month I was in a community in Ibutebo, a parents meeting at a primary school. And to tell you, fathers did not know the names of their children. Yes, they didn't know which classes they are. So parenting has collapsed. So as long as parenting has collapsed, when we closed it down during COVID, the parents' major problem was having children at home. It was not that children are not learning. It was that these children are now at home. We don't know what to do with them. So there is something that we need to talk. We need to think through. And I don't know whether it is Ministry of Education to lead us or Ministry of Gender to lead us, but there is a hole, there is a space which is not being covered by anybody. Because the majority of you don't know the children you teach, even at university. You see them a bit, maybe you will notice that this one performs well, the other, but you don't know their character. Where do you sit with them to counsel them? Lecturers are part-time. So you only know them from the marks. This one performs well, and so they focus only there. The leap curve, yes, I appreciate the concern about if we grow, we shall pollute. I remember there were Olympics, was it Olympics, which were in Beijing, 19-something. And there was an Ethiopian athlete that actually attempted to refuse to go to compete because of pollution. I don't know if that was the truth or there was some other thing. Recently I was in Beijing. The air is very clear. Those of you who have gone there, it is clear. So science for both managing environmental issues and managing development has grown. We are learning from their lessons. I don't think we should fear to develop because we fear pollution. Let's plan how to manage pollution. If cities that were once full of fog now have clear air, but they have their development, I don't think Africa should be the one to say, sorry, for us we don't want to develop because we might somehow contaminate our environment. Let's push both things. That's why I said when I was presenting the STI highway, the STI to market highway, was that we have added another panel to the 5 saying environment, because we want to take care of environment. Most of these countries first destroyed the environment and developed. Then they used the resources to clean up the environment. Some have not succeeded. But now for us, we have the advantage. There is a lot of advancement in technology for cleaning up. Of course, we are disadvantaged in that whatever we are trying to clean up, the big boys are continuing to pollute. And the pollution is part of the global village. So whether you're producing greenhouse gases or not, poor South Sudan has had to shut down the education system. They have had to close the schools because temperatures are above 40. And they are getting children collapsing at school. So you stay with your child at home, let them collapse there. Because not instead of having this mass. Yeah, so these effects of climate change are here. And I think we better join them. For every problem, there is an opportunity. Climate change is an economic driver. Don't be hoodwinked into just teaching us the negative sides of climate change. Teach us the economic side of climate change. Like for a long time, we learned the negative side of pathogens, and we never learned the economic side of pathogens. So now we have learned that, and we are building a pathogen economy. So let's look at climate change. Yes, it has this side, but it has a huge economic side. And if we can harness it, climate change will become an economic driver for us. Then there is the issue of how do we push change? How do we push this change? How are we going to drive it? Well, for us at STI, the first was to define the gospel. What is the gospel? What's the content? What are you going to tell people? We don't want to go and tell people to mourn. We become an extra mourner. An extra crier. Oh, we have problems. Yeah, we have problems. No. We define the problems so as to define solutions. We are interested in the details of a problem sufficiently to define solutions. So that's the first step. Define the problem. To that point where you can act. That's why you saw when I was presenting the black box, I'm not just coming to tell you, oh guys, we have a black box. I'm telling you, we have a black box, and this is the solution to the black box. So that is step one. Step two is evangelism. Let the people know. Let the people know. That's why, for example, I can commit a whole day to being here and talk with you in a group, talk with you individually. Some of you have been to your universities. I'm going to start doing another round through the universities now to take the gospel of what it should be like, because many of you are reviewing curricula. See how to incorporate, even if it's not official review. So the evangelism, I've been to National Council. That's why they knew how to invite me. We have been to National Planning Authority, and we are moving that's evangelizing. We are not thinking that we have converted people fully. They admire, they will love what we are saying, but are they going to take it up and begin to change? Maybe not just on the basis of this. So the third one is now to disciple, to mentor. To mentor. How do we mentor this? So we are going to come to your universities and we start. Let's have one course and change. And learn by doing. Let us so. National NCDC, they talked a bit about the curriculum. I think they went through a lot of cycles, back and forth, until they dived in. They said, this is it. Now, the evangelizing. The other day I was talking to some teachers. They're like, we don't know how, we have not really understood how they are going to examine. It will become clear. So they are going also to keep communicating and talking. There was something about languages. There is language of learning, and there is a language for us to be linguistic, to communicate with other people. My idea about language is I need people to have a language they think in. Which language do you think in? Which language do you dream in? Because that's the language that I want. You can learn the other languages for whatever you learn, but that one which you think in and dream in, because that is the one which will help you to conceptualize ideas. Because once you get ideas, ideas can be walked to the market. Ideas can go through the journey. So yes, we struggle a little bit. We're bringing Swahili, but for Ugandans to think in Swahili, it's going to take a while. It's really going to take a while. So for now, it's English. Some of us dream in English. Yeah, so some of us, but I had a project proposal. Somebody wants to translate science books, especially for the lower levels of education, into local languages. My thought was, I wish you the best. Because here in Masabaland, not only do we have major dialects, we have sub-dialects. So one time I was working here on a project in nutrition. People in Kampala, they got Samba, Masaba, and translated the materials. So what they did is they tried to merge all the languages. I would hold a workshop like this, distribute materials. At the end of the workshop, everybody will bring back for me the materials. We don't understand this one. We don't understand this one. I know it's cool for us to learn in our languages, but I don't think it's the fastest way for us to catch up with the world. Let's promote our local languages. Let's learn them. But I've seen teachers struggle with the thematic curriculum in primary. My brother one time called me. He said he was a teacher. And he said, "Doctor, this tip of the apex of a leaf, how do we call it in Lugwere? How about the veins? How do we call them? We don't have those concepts. Even if I use that word, the children they don't have that concept. They are not thinking in that language which I would give them. So practically, for me, we get a language which we think in, which we dream in, which we conceptualize in. There are people who grew up with their mother tongue all the time, and they think in their mother tongue and then translate in English. But the majority of these children think in English. The children who don't want to work, where is their role model? Are you their role model? Do they ever see you outside that air-conditioned office? So why do you want them to do the other work when you don't do it? Why are you being a signpost, sending them? They also want to be like you because you are their role model. So if you want them to do differently, then change what you do. Change what you do. I wanted to have a very serious influence on my staff, because they were all new and they had been picked from different areas. The president picked some from universities, some from business, and here I am. I want to create an ideology. How do I harmonize all these people? So I started wearing corporate wear. Today I put on this, but usually most times you'll see me with my STI shirt and jeans. And then eventually everybody started doing that. They all come like that. They all come to the office like that. They all come. When you reach our office, you think that somebody compels these people to wear. But the chances are, I will show up from Monday Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday if I work, I am wearing my corporate wear. So everybody thinks it is cool to wear corporate wear, with making Uganda the best. So what are we doing? Where are the children being mentored from? Their parents? I don't think so. They are not the ones mentoring them. They wake up in the morning, the children are taken to school very early. If they are in urban centers, by 7, then you pick them. The child is under pressure to do homework, and they go to sleep. Everybody is just in that. So they don't see anybody working. Sorry. I am science and science. So we needed to make sure that there is a center of mentorship. What do our children see? Leaders abusing each other. So why do you think they will have respect? They have respect so that they become like who? Whom do they admire? Who is respecting others? Where is that person? Where is that center? So if we want these people to like work, then we have to be working. If they are the ones whom you are telling, please go and build an agro business, they told me, for us, we don't want to dig. We don't want to dig. Honorable, for you, you don't dig. So why should they be aspiring to be diggers? So where is their role model? And these are things we need to think through, because this is the reality with which they are working. The teacher in primary school comes dressed with a tie, a belt, white shirt, and then you tell the children with a stick, you go there and dig. And aspiring to be like you. So let's make sure let's take the children to work. Show them what you do. Have your children been to your office to see what you work, what you call work? The children don't know what you do. They don't know. And so let's establish a philosophy of work and let us practice it. If these children are going to sew those machines, let the person teaching them be proficient and very proud of working on those machines. If the children are going to do carpentry, then the person teaching them must be very proud of what they are doing. If the children are going to do agriculture, themselves and the teacher should do. If they don't have gumboots, all of them, then they go barefooted, all of them. Or put on gumboots and go with them. Tell them to pull out that grass, they're also pulling out the grass. So it's an issue of mentorship and modeling. So I think these are the issues. Then the issue of parents. We have 2 categories of parents, and our expectations from these parents should be different. We have the educated parent, who many times feels too busy to spend time with the child because they are working for the child. Those ones, let's just encourage them to deliberately create time. But we have uneducated parents who are the majority in this country. And oftentimes we don't think about them. Why do you send a child home assuming the parent knows that homework to help that child? Many parents can't read. So when you send homework, they don't know what you're talking about. So those parents are the majority. Then there is the parents who have not been parented, the young parents. They have also not been parented. So they have no concept of parenting. So this is the Ministry of Education You need to help us as you train teachers and you train. We come up with new concepts on how to address these challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, let's thank the Honorable Minister for resolving those. There's so much on our minds, and actually together we are kind of, and since these are academicians, when they appreciate the answer, it better be the correct answer. Most likely it's going to be the correct answer. Really thank you for answering those questions. And at this stage we would like to move forward. I know that a lot of those questions you wanted to ask now should come to the panel. And the Honorable Minister would be very happy to answer some of them. She will be seated there, also looking at the panel and reading the body language. She may agree with the answers from the panels, but she's also kind of ex officio member of these panels. And so are the presenters who presented earlier today are also ex officio members of these panels. So you are free to come in and answer some of these questions. So at this juncture, I would like to call the panel to come to the front, occupy these seats and the ones opposite. I may have to remind you of these people. Can I have Dr. Maria Nakachwa, Dr. Jamis Serwanga. No, we are trying to save time. She'll be the first to ask to come to. Mr. Moses Mujizi, Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazike. You are here, thank you. And yes, yes, please create some space here. Yes, we shall open it up by, the minister will give it the opening, because there are certain questions that were related to the presentations that the minister would like to interface with. And after that opening interface, we shall give the panels a push so that it can resolve those things that are on our minds. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I need to leave. I've overstayed. So I thought I would just give my quick remarks on some of the things that I noted. I wanted to make a comment on the presentation on the new lower secondary curriculum. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. In terms of the philosophy, I thought that we need to enrich the philosophy so that it speaks more. Right now, it leaves so much for everybody to imagine what that is. And I also wanted to comment that as we go into higher secondary, the upper secondary, we might want to think about the kind of skill sets, the practical skill sets that we give the children. Currently, what we are doing is good. It has returned the certain thinking that for us when we went to primary school, we learned the crafts, we had gardening, we picked those skills. However, we should not imagine that those skills are necessarily going to become vocational. Because when you look at developed countries like America, everybody learns those skills. Eventually, it will be that everybody knows those skills, and so there will be no client. There might be a few clients, but if everybody can do it yourself, then that is not going to be a vocational skill. So if everybody knows how to paint, everybody knows some carpentry, then that industry shifts to being either do it yourself or have an industrial scale of that industry. And maybe it goes a bit into craftsmanship, that I want a handmade something. But if everybody knows a bit of carpentry and they can repair their own chairs, just like you see, just go to a shop, buy the machine. In America, you don't invite somebody to come home to repair your chair. You do it yourself. So in the long run, we need to be cognizant of that fact, that this is shaping our attitudes, the attitudes of the children, good. This is teaching them to work with their hands. It's helping them to translate concepts. But we needed to think, how can they make a vocation out of it? Or where can they actually make a vocation? Because some of these, after we have had the first, second, third, everybody will know how to repair their own dress. And all they will need, and these machines, now we have handheld sewing machines. It's not 10 years from now, nobody will be looking for a tailor except in very specialty. So we need to make sure that we are cognizant of that as we develop, especially the advanced, the higher secondary education, such that we look into more of skills that can actually be vocationalized, other than the universal skills that many people come with out of here, and they can live their lives better. You can spare your money. For us, we grew up knowing how to make certain things for yourself, which had disappeared. The second issue, which I think, I don't know whether I'm making this recommendation to Ministry of Education or to National Council or to myself as government. The issue of learning materials is a big challenge, especially in government-supported schools. And I've seen government also trying to be very strict on which fees private schools charge. Those materials for learning how to do tailoring, for learning how to do carpentry, there's a cost to it. Who is supposed to pay it? If a child cannot, the parent cannot afford, and so this child cannot learn, should that child be sent out of school, or should they sit and watch others doing it? Those are things that we need to think through, because they have a cost, and the cost is quite significant. And it's a big limitation, especially for rural schools, in implementing that curriculum. Because the cost is quite significant. So these are the two comments that I thought I wanted to contribute to before I can leave. Thank you so much for the conference. I wish you a very, very successful conference and discussions. For my presentation, I think I have you given them the updated presentation? Please, let's leave the updated presentation, because there was content which didn't show. So that in case you want to incorporate something in the discussions, feel free to incorporate. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director.
Thank you, and thank you for thanking our Honorable Minister. maybe the ED, okay. Anthems. Can we have the anthems, please? Stand up for the.
Sorry, I forgot something very, very important. ICT as a tool of learning. Let us not make ICT as a tool of learning the way we made the pencil, such that our people look at ICT as something made by somebody somewhere for us to use. We teach them how to use, we don't teach them how to make. Otherwise, it is going to become to replace the pencil, and they are not able to conceptualize. Let the learners meet somebody who has created the tools that they are using, who is their color and their origin. I have found that there has been a big push of ICT tools in education from the West. But those tools, it is just marketing. It's creating market. Those tools, we can develop them. So as we transition to ICT as a tool of education, please don't let us replicate the pencil phenomenon, where I start to use a pencil in primary school and finish university without ever thinking about manufacturing a pencil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You may resume your. Oh, okay. 1 minute and then we'll resume our seats. Thank you. Thank you. So please resume your seats. Yeah. On the panel. We have the panelists who I'll let introduce themselves. I think I'll start with Dr. Maria here. Please introduce yourselves. Then we'll let people know what's going to come next.
Good evening, colleagues.
Thank you.
I am Maria Nakachwa Semakula. I work with the National Council for Higher Education, and I head the Program Accreditation Department. I'm happy to be part of this conference, and we are here to interact and learn from each other. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Chazke. I'm an associate professor in the Department of History, Archaeology and Heritage at Chamago University, but I'm also the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities. I'm happy to be here.
Good evening, everybody. Serwanga Jamil, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs, Islamic University in Uganda. I'm happy to be here to share with you my small experiences.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mujizi Moses. I work at Uganda National Examinations Board in the Directorate of Research as a researcher, and I'm the head of equating. I'm also happy to be here and share with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introductions. We did receive a presentation from the, and I think puzzling higher education is how we are going to make the connection that we are so much used to admitting students from the system that's been operating, especially at the A level. And right now we don't know what's going to happen. Are we going to stay comfortable with our methods, or do we have to basically make changes? Now, Dr. Maria Nakachwa, thoughts on anticipated changes and what has to be done, or what will be maintained in the curriculum. So if you could anticipate how our higher education curriculum is going to reorient in the realm of the anticipated changes. Please, Dr. Nakachwa.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think in the interest of time, I'll be very brief. Now, I don't know. I think I need to recognize the Honorable Minister in absentia, the Chairperson of Council, the Executive Director, and the Council members, and the audience, and protocol observed. Anticipated changes is what we have on table. As you may have noted from Dr. Bernadette Kaluhanga's presentation, the curriculum at the lower secondary is looking at the outcomes. It's competence-based. What learners are able to do at the end of the day. It's not very much different from what is happening at higher education, because as you all know, we require for each course unit to have learning outcomes. You first state the objectives and then get into the learning outcomes. But the issue now at higher education is the implementation. We have that coursework that is normally 30%. Are we implementing it, or we are just awarding students marks? So it's important that we reflect on how we are implementing this curriculum. In many cases, we receive well-constructed curriculum proposals at National Council. For instance, somebody will tell us, yes, they are going to run a Bachelor of Medicine. But when we go for monitoring, we find that students have never been even exposed to anatomy lab. So it's about more of the implementation. We need to focus in terms of higher education. When we state the learning outcomes, we need to be sure that we work towards achieving them. The other item that came out clear is how we develop the curriculum. Even the Honorable Minister alluded to it in terms of consulting stakeholders, consulting graduated students, and conducting tracer studies. In many cases, we have that page, which indeed rhymes with the 4 pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals, the five Ps. I hope everyone knows them. That is planet, people, peace, prosperity, and partnerships. These are key in developing a curriculum. It rhymes very well with those 4 pillars. I like them because they speak to what we should do as curriculum developers. Do we engage people? Are we aware of what is happening on the planet? Is there a peace that we can deliver this curriculum? Is it prosperous? Are we building partnerships? Or are we working in partnerships when we are developing this curriculum? So I think it's important that we pay attention to these sustainable development goals and also the curriculum development process. That is one area that we may need to focus on in terms of aligning ourselves to the lower secondary school curriculum. The other issue is about the staffing. Our Deputy Vice Chairperson, Professor Kwesiga, raised it about staffing. How is National Curriculum Development Center engaging the teachers? How are the staff involved in this process? So we need to see how we involve the staff at different levels. Some teachers at the lower levels are not even aware that the curriculum changed. So it's paramount that we involve them. It's something that needs changing in developing curriculum. We've received some programs at National Council and the Senate is not aware. Senates of the university are not aware. And this head of department somehow maneuvered, developed it, and presented it for accreditation. So engagement of stakeholders is what? Is key. The other final issue is about infrastructure and other resources. Of course, we look at so many areas, about 14, when we are evaluating a curriculum for accreditation. But infrastructure, as highlighted by Dr. Bernadette, is key. And I've always told higher education institution managers, you don't need to lie to National Council. Sometimes we get to institutions for inspection or monitoring, mainly during facility verifications, and every equipment is there for training purposes. As our team leaves the institution, the equipment is also what? Leaving. So we need to be honest. When we are accrediting, we need to be honest with ourselves. If you can't run a certain program, be straight with National Council, because it's a competence-based. If you look at the video, students had the materials with them. So if you lie to National Council and re-accredit, you're defrauding the system, and at the end of the day, impacting on the learning outcome that is expected. I'd like to stop there. Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maria. Semakula. Is that a name there on? Yeah, it's there. Insist it's there. Thank you very much for the preamble. Of course, at some point we shall let our audience interface with the panel, but I wanted the panel to get this introduction. Mr. Moses Mugizi, you are in charge of research at UNEB. Already you can see there are so many questions in our minds. Is history going to remain there at A level? Okay, so already we heard from Dr. Bernadette Nambi Kaluhanga. You already heard that there's been a drastic reduction at lower secondary in terms of subjects. And we know that in A level we have 34. Is it 34? You know better. 34 subjects examinable. Definitely you are going to have a reduction. So there are problems in our minds in higher education institutions. They have all these essentials, relevant, and all that. So should we continue thinking of those subjects, or is there going to be a major change? But give us your thoughts on the implications of this curriculum to your work in UNEB.
Thank you. I think Master of Programs. Good evening, everyone, and all protocol observed. I think that question first of A level will be answered by National Curriculum Development Center. However, that's where the curriculum change begins from. But back to your question, just capture a few things from Doctor from NCDC about the new lower secondary school curriculum. There are about 4 components here that I'm looking at we have curriculum that has been designed and is already in place. Then we have an assessment framework that has also been designed and is going to be tested, I think this September, November, when the students are doing exams. And also we have higher institutions, TVETs. And then we have, in the middle there, we have the world of work, the labor market or the economy. So what are the interlinkages there? That's what we need to examine. How is curriculum feeding into assessment and backwards? When we assess and get results, we should be able to go back and reinforce the curriculum so that we are assessing, the assessment is assessing what it is supposed to assess, the validity. So that is one of the first linkage. Are we going back and looking at, are we assessing what the curriculum wants us to assess? Once we capture that, then we go to what are the outcomes of this assessment. When we assess at O level, we shall reflect that assessment or the outcome with a certificate or a credential. Now, how do we represent this outcome will also matter to the higher education. Because there are soft skills which are key in the labor market, which have been talked about since morning. So, does that credential reflect possession of those soft skills? Is the credential also going to focus only on the scores? So then I will come to the higher education. The other component is the world of work. How is the world of work feeding back into the curriculum? Is there an established procedure that there is back and forth communication between the curriculum and the world of work? Because the world of work is evolving, so should the curriculum. So if the two are isolated, are not connected, so the world of work is going to evolve faster than the curriculum will. In the morning we saw it is very difficult, a long process to change a curriculum. But for the world of work, the forces causing change are automatic. There is no discussion anywhere that let us change, technology is going to change. No, it happens, but that linkage is key. And we come to the outcomes of the assessment. How are they represented and for what purpose? What are you using these outcomes for? When you are using the outcomes for selection only, then grades will become key. Because you will say, okay, you have A, you have B, you have D1, you are the one who is going to Makerere University. So therefore, we need to reflect on how we are using the outcomes of assessment. So it will come back to the question of entry requirements. If the entry requirements only focus on the grades, then definitely the driver of the curriculum will be the grade, irrespective of whether you want the soft skills or not. So first, see, assessment drives curriculum. When you assess in a way, the curriculum responds. The teaching responds to that nature of assessment. Because the learners are monitoring the assessment. That's the mood. So it is the stimulus. So in this case, the entry requirements are like assessment. If the entry requirements are not considering the soft skills, then we have a problem with the lower secondary curriculum. What are we going to do with knowledge of proficiency in critical thinking, communication, cooperation, mathematical computations, ICT? Because those are not key. Let us look at the learning outcomes as they are developed in class and acquired. Now, when we have a teacher, we have a learner, we have acquired the learning outcomes. And then we have a UCE certificate. Does that certificate actually represent those learning outcomes? No, there is a lot of information lost. So, we need to go back to assessment and what the university determines to be important to join the university. Yes. Okay, thank you.
The introduction. Thank you, and may I call upon Associate Professor Elizabeth Chazke. You probably may want to tell us about your story. So, kind of pages of higher education curriculum where that will become necessary.
Thank you so much, and all protocol observed. I'll start with the issue of staffing in the higher education institutions. Many of us who teach in these higher education institutions, we know very well that for one to be recruited, it is usually based on the class of the degree you have. And my question is, does having a first class make you a good teacher, facilitator in a university? Because that is what the focus is on. Many of the staff in the universities do not even understand when you talk about competence-based, because they are not trained as teachers. The few actually who pose that they, like me, that I'm a teacher by training, I was trained as a secondary school teacher. Many are either secondary school teachers, primary teachers, but they are not higher education trained facilitators. So I think that is where the problem starts from. We have come up with a new curriculum, and which is targeting students to go through a system which will take them to universities, but maybe we should have started with the trainers there, such that they are ready for the products. I'm worried a bit that today we are saying our products are getting through at the end of this year. Are the secondary schools at HSC ready for them? Are the universities ready for these kind of products we saw in Wampe Wontake to train them? And so I think other strategies, it would mean that maybe we have to rethink the semester system. The nature of semester system we have, 17 weeks, may not be able to take into all these practical skills maybe. It might mean maybe we need to extend the semester or increase the credit units, especially the practical hours. Because most of the courses we have more of the, we call them lecture hours or the teaching hours. Dr. Bernadette this morning was asking, are we called lecturers? And I asked her at lunch, what should we call ourselves? Are we going to change the nomenclature from lecturers? That is another thing that maybe needs also to be changed within the higher education institutions in order to align to the new lower secondary school curriculum. The mode of delivery. From the way we saw the products here or the people who are going through the system, it means that we need to come away from what the minister said, from using the yellow notes, from lecturing, and we start leaving the learners to take charge of the teaching. It means that the mode of delivery definitely has to change. It ceases to be the lecture the way we understand it. Next, I think there's also something that National Council of Higher Education has to do. Many of us, recently I was listening to National Council and they said, I think most of the universities have courses in education. If that is the case, why don't we have, let me say, a uniform program? Must all universities bring the same course? You want to accredit Bachelor of Education, Bachelor of Arts with Education, and what is the difference in the history in IIU, the one of Chambogo and the one of Makerere? They are all the same. But we still continue accrediting new programs with the same names, duplicating a few things here and there. Maybe there's need to come up with standards or standard programs, and if a university comes like IU, you say, okay, The program is here, you can go and incorporate the Islamic cross-cutting courses, but the main courses are these ones that you have to take on. I think that could also help. In the area still of staff, many of the universities are operating under, and they are really understaffed. The minister talked about part-timers. What would the universities do? What should our vice chancellors do if you are saying there is no wage? You are not recruiting new staff. The structures are getting depleted. We are only replacing on death and retirement. Unless something is done, that is when we can have teachers who can give time to students the way the lower secondary curriculum that we are bringing in requires. Otherwise, with the kind of staffing we have now, and people moving from here and there, Mungo parking, it may be very problematic and not easy for us to implement this kind of curriculum, which requires a lot of time to take the student through. That would also imply that there's need to invest more in the infrastructure. The nature of classes we have, the nature of lecture spaces available in the universities may not be adequate for this kind of training that requires cooperation and collaboration among the learners. And that will also mean we need to have a standard number of students we can have in a class. If the students are in maybe hundreds, this kind of teaching may not be possible. However much the lecturers might want to do that, but the number of students within the class might limit implementation of such a curricula. I think I'll stop there in the interest of time and not to replicate what has already been said. But lastly, maybe I'll talk about the issue of attitude. This is a very, very big problem, like one of the participants already mentioned. There's need to have a mindset change. I don't know which university will teach this mindset change, because it is something. Because even right now, as we speak about this, you're going to hear some people say, but you know we cannot manage. Look at the village schools. This one cannot work. So I think from here we need to tune our attitude that this is going to work, and we work towards improving and seeing that we have a better product. I want to thank you so much, the organizers.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that, for the insights. As we prepare to let the audience ask the rest of the questions, Dr. Jami Serwanga, you have had a lot of experience and most importantly, working as a Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs at Islamic University in Mbale. Probably you're already anticipating what must change, what has to change, and what may have to be retained. Can you give us your insights on that, like the current curriculum and the anticipated changes? Are they going to drive drastic changes in our higher education curriculum? Please.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Protocol observed, already introduced Dr. Jamil, not Jami. In the recording it is Jami. Jami is a village as you go to Dhaka. I'm Dr. Jamil Serwanga, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs. Thank you very much, and I want to thank the organizers, the National Council. We are really grateful for this. It's an exposure for some of us, and probably coming to this level to share some of the issues that we are going through. How are we looking at the transition and maybe the reception of the products of the new school curriculum or the lower secondary, and we at the university, what are we doing in order to receive them in the best way? What should we maintain at university level, and probably what should be adjusted? I don't want to repeat what has been said since morning, but where I do so, I would be feeling some kind of emphasis. Probably at the forefront, I've arranged some ideas quickly, which I want to share with you, although they may not be in order or priority, but we can check as far as we are concerned as managers of universities. Number one, what we have to maintain is the aspect of ICT as far as teaching and learning is concerned. This is a must, according to me, and today we are talking about artificial intelligence. When you interact much more with the experts in ICT, we teachers, we are likely to be relegated if we are not very careful. And sometimes students are asking, who is going to miss who with this kind of ICT? I don't know where you are, but where we are now, students are almost to that verge. And probably if you're not well prepared as a teacher or as a lecturer to interface with these students, you may be stopped, sir. Stop there. What you are talking about, we have it already. That means that we need to expose ourselves much more. Then the other aspect is about communication skills. We have already heard the minister and some presenters that now the tool we have to communicate is English, and now we need to see how we put it to the practical side of our systems. Internship, already it has been mentioned, and I feel that we need really to understand the purpose of internship. I know that the medical training sector, internship is defined in a different way. And maybe for those who are doing maybe business administration, internship is another aspect. Those who are doing education will go for school practice. So we need really to understand how are we managing the component of internship, because it is going to be a linkage to the world of work, and as we test whether our students can really translate what we have taught them in class into practice. Then the methodology, the methods, the pedagogy here is very, very important. Maybe just to share a small experience, in my university, we have a postgraduate diploma in teaching at higher education, and we are encouraging our staff, our teachers, to enroll as much as possible. I think also National Council somewhere, there is where it is indicated that if somebody is to teach at a university level, must also carry that kind of professionalism. Members teaching is like learning how to drive, okay? But somehow we enroll, or somebody comes to you and say that, sir, can you get me a position of teaching? Maybe poor university, you say, okay, come. Maybe you look at the cost benefit. But at the end of the day, what is he going to deliver in class? Mentorship, I think it has been already mentioned. I will not talk much about that. Research component is very important, because I think for some of the courses, this has to be very, very much articulated, because it is what is going to reflect the competences of our learners. As they go out there, they could be involved in conducting research. How are they going to report? The co-curricular activities, I think this is where we are missing some points as universities today, because after university you are going to be interacting with other members of the society, but you hear stories where some of us could not integrate well. So teamwork is going to be built through that aspect. Community outreach, this is how we are going to be linking our universities to communities. You may move around, maybe look at the communities surrounding our universities. How are they? Maybe just across the fence, when behind the fence there's a mother and a child and maybe a family trying to figure out how to survive or how to manage malnutrition. But inside the wall or the fence, we are teaching public health, we are teaching food science and nutrition, but outside there, you find that you don't have that kind of alignment. So that I feel that is very important. What we need to change and maybe emphasize as we receive and as we get ready to receive the graduates of the lower secondary curriculum, which has been revised, the aspect of child-centered learning. How are we prepared to enhance that? And also looking at the possibility to know how to teach, how students can learn. Those who have done education, maybe I'm lucky that I'm coming from a profession of education. Our students are missing that. I don't know whether those at lower level, they have been taught how to learn. Okay, now we are struggling to see how that could be enhanced. Teaching students, maybe this is the lifelong kind of learning, which is very important. And now what is coming on board, and we need to appreciate the multidisciplinary kind of training. The broader training at bachelor's level, some people are coming up with these kind of philosophies. Why can't somebody, it's a philosophy or it's an idea which we need to look at critically and see how we can sustain it. If I can do medicine, can't I also do political science? Can't I do also entrepreneurship? So I have MBCHB and entrepreneurship. So this is also another issue. And somebody was saying that he has a daughter who has the 2 degrees. And even medicine, MBCHB, there are 2 degrees, the medicine and the surgery. So let us look at this, because we are going to be receiving these lower secondary or the new curriculum outputs of those students where they have lots of exposure. And when they come to us, how are we going to manage them? Entrepreneurship is already with us. And then the aspect of the value-based training. The value-based training. The issues of soft skills, I think this is a very big challenge to us. And I hope our regulators are going to really support us to see how we move forward. Interest of time, maybe the highlights I have here. I'm also an economist. I wanted to bring the aspect of poverty here. Poverty at national level. Poverty at the family level. Poverty at university level. Members have been in a private university since 1988. But for those who are in government, I don't know how you are surviving, but somehow the private pay as you earn, sent to the central treasury, and then, but now, how are we going to manage this with that kind of budget? Our major source of income are the students. And now we are looking at investment in infrastructure, investment in all these facilities. So we need to see how we are going to balance that. Then, related to that is the cost of living. A professor here has already mentioned. For those who are managing the teachers at university level, I don't know how we are managing them. Somebody has to make the end meet through so many sources of income. And if he does not do so, he's not going to meet the bills. You teach in school A, you teach in university B, you teach in a high whatever in C, and when it comes to marking, for sure, I was told somebody just throwing the papers. What comes near him is the one to get the highest score, and the one which is the lowest score. This is real, and I've been teaching for all that time, and surviving is really a challenge.
Thank you very much.
As we go through all this, I think income sources, and finally, I think we need to look at all those as we manage those students coming to us. Thank you very much, and I wish everybody good deliberation.
Thank you, and thank you for the panelists. You can see you have already ignited our inquisitions, and would like to give you a few minutes to interface with our panelists. You can see they are already anticipating major changes. Some of them probably, there are things which will stay, because some of this curriculum found higher education institutions already in that mode. But then our panelists have already identified that now the students coming through this new curriculum are a different type of student. Their expectations are also changing. So when they find you in inertial states, inert, you are going to be in trouble. So how can we really prepare for this new crop? Dr. Nambi, please join this panel here in front. There was another presenter. Is she around? Is she around? Dr. Bira, are you still around? So some question may flow your direction. Please come in front. To our audience and participants, if you have questions for the panel, make it brief. We have a few minutes, only 15 minutes to the next session. Make it brief. Don't give another lecture of your own. There will be a chance for that some point in time. I don't know, I see so many hands. Where should we start? Let me start with Dr. Sebugenyi, because he's in charge of standards. And there was already a question about uniformity, say, of education programs. Why do we need them to be different, one institution to another? But I know that you already developed some standards for some level of uniformity, and also developing character change differences from one institution to another. Dr. Sebugenyi, and then we shall move. Amplify your voice and see how far you can go.
Solution, a wonderful prescription, but possibly for a wrong diagnosis. Why am I saying that? I think you should have asked, because I said that when we are growing up, all these things were part of the curriculum. So how did we find ourselves where we are? I think that should have been the first question. And what caused us to come to where we are? If we analyzed that, we would have analyzed the problem a little. That we're trying to deal with. Mr. Mugiz talked about the issue of grades. Grades are driving us. And what is driving the grades? For me, I think the question overtaking supply. And nobody is talking about it. In Uganda, was there than the number of schools that are available. Chair, allow me to give an example.
Please don't give examples. Ask your question. We have so many people waiting in line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine is that I would expect us to tackle problems. Really are the issues of financing education. I've not had it. The issue of demand overtaking supply. I've not had it. And unless we address these issues, we'll find the source.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me give this lady a microphone.
Thank you so much, Master of Programs. Nsigo Mastura Nancha. I am representing City Education Officer, but I'm head teacher at Nakaroke Senior Secondary School, Mbale City. My question goes to Dr. Nambi particularly. We first of all appreciate the logic and idea behind the CBC, the competence-based curriculum. Actually, if handled well, it is also a path to greatness for Uganda. But I think there is some two components missing. When we were growing up, just like Minister said, we did all these things. We did tailoring, crafting, and the like. You have reintroduced them currently. Yes, they might supplement on the problem of unemployment in Uganda, but they cannot take Uganda any further, because when you follow the statistics, this new competence-based curriculum, the skills we are imparting are majorly entrepreneur. And it is said, even the minister said that entrepreneurship only employs 2% of the Ugandan population. So these skills are not going to be relevant in the near future. What if all the skills that I've seen, the video you've shown us, the plumbing and the like, what if we teach these students to harness into nature and thank you. And we ensure that the things that they are using to get those skills, we can get them in Uganda. We can make them get them in Uganda so that we can improve on this. And the last thing is this competence-based curriculum is good, but the people implementing it, for us, the teachers, we are the teachers who were taught by the other teachers who also are old curriculum and have a different thinking. I think we've not done enough to train the implementers of this curriculum. It might backfire if we don't improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the microphone. Please introduce yourself. Be brief.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm David Olema from Western University, Dean Faculty of Science and Education. My concern is implementation of this new lower secondary curriculum. Much as the universities are interested, especially faculties of education, because of the school practice, there is an abuse already in the field. The so-called high-sounding of us class schools seem to be doing a different assessment. There is the holding on to assessment of learning other than assessment for learning and as learning in those schools, because the parents demand for the old grades, and so they are forced to do these exams the other way. And this is most likely going to influence what also happens with UNEB. I don't know how prepared they are. I don't even know who is enforcing the assessment, the kind of assessment that was inbuilt with this curriculum. There's a huge problem already out there.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, let's move on. Thank you. Move to another table first. Don't go to the same table. Yeah, sorry. That's where you are.
Thank you so much. My name is Naigaga Hajira. I teach at National Teachers College, Kadiro. Thank you so much, NCDC, for the review that you make, and thank you, National Council, for this interaction. So my question goes to Mr. from UNEB, Moses. We already see we have activities of integration in the CBC, which are supposed to go for 20 marks, and then the other 80 from UNEB. But you realize that the 20 marks have already been abused. I have not seen schools award their learners 10. How is UNEB prepared for this? Do we believe that all these learners are very competent in these activities of integrations that they are doing? That's my question.
Thank you. Okay, I think first come this way and then you go back to where you were.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine is a question on how are we preparing employers for competence-based employment, because the issue of is going down into the employment.
Oh, that's strange.
How do they select their employees without looking at grades?
It's a nice one. Thank you. Let's go back to the other table where you came from. Oh, there's an intermediate stop over here. Right there, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Gilbert from NCDC. I hope we are not yet answering questions. We are still asking more questions. My first question goes to Mr. Moses Mujizi. you rightly said that when results are not fully utilized, there is a way they affect us. So what changes have you considered or are considering as the examination body for including on that certificate to accommodate the different results related to competence-based, something more than D1, D2, A, B? I'm sure you are doing something about that. Then we know that every economy, the education system is a way of training, developing the human capital development. Now we train teachers to teach at different.
Yes, please.
I make it
to the
brief.
question, yes.
So how is higher education? The time I went through higher education, they trained us to be teachers, but they did not train us. Most of the time was not taken by what we are going to do in the schools where we are going. Most of the time was taken by content which was meant for progression to the next level. So how is higher education making that adjustment to address that gap? Because there is a gap.
Thank you. And I think the last two.
Thank you, Chair. From the presentations made and the responses given as far as the new lower secondary curriculum is concerned, I have not heard anything to deal with persons with disabilities. Could it be they have been left out? Can we hear some remarks on how persons with disabilities have been factored in? The other bit is just a remark. Institutions of higher learning are competing. We have a common goal, quality higher education. Why don't you partner, collaborate, share, affiliate in order to achieve quality higher education? Thank you.
Thank you. That hand near you, and then we come to the last one here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Agonyo is my name. I am associate professor at Busitema University. Mine is about reference materials for the new curriculum. How fast the stakeholders, the ministry or the curriculum development center availing the reference materials? I know we are focusing on competence, practicals, but are these documented that schools across the board, whether government or private, can access the right material for delivering this curriculum? Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring this microphone here. Are you still up to the task or given up? Okay, so these are the last two, and please, if you have any further questions you have for the panel, please write them down.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very happy for being here. However, there are 2-3 things which I would like to seek more clarification. I don't know whether it will go this side or this side. One, when we were watching the video, every learner who was given the microphone was talking about failing S4 or dropping out. I don't know which strategies have you put in place. Higher institutions of learning, they get clients. 2, we are talking about the lower secondary curriculum. And now we are preparing the mindsets of the universities to ensure or to be ready to receive. However, up to now, the A-level curriculum, no one knows what is in the package. How can I even think about the graduate profile or the entry requirements when 8 months to the exams, the curriculum is not there? Who should I admit?
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much.
Thank you. The last question is here. Please write the other question you had on a piece of paper.
Thank you very much. Dr. Moses Chisui from MOBS. I have a few.
Not few.
One is
Most important
I
one,
saw
and
the
then you
video.
write the rest.
Okay. I saw the video which was played here at the beginning of the presentation by Dr. Karohang. Is it? Bernard Nambi. And I'm wondering, in which subject are those skills taught? The plumbing, electrical, and what have you. Then, we are confusing lower new curriculum, secondary curriculum, and the DIT curriculum. Secondary schools are implementing two curriculums at a go. What is the difference between the DIT curriculum and then the competence-based? Then the other is, what is the role of the university? And then what is the role of other tertiary, say, vocational schools or institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see there are so many questions. We may need to write down some of those other questions. We shall present them with an opportunity to be resolved. So our panelists, I don't know whether you've been taking note, but then that means don't give another lecture. Please straight go down to the question and see if you can resolve it. Some of them are just comments for uptake for different purposes. So without any particular order, our presenters will be last. So let's move Dr. Nakachwa first. Move this way, choose whichever you want to answer. Thank you.
Council is how is higher education making the adjustments? Not to teach for progression, it came from the NCDC officer. National Council has started a conversation with different stakeholders. Because if we are to do curriculum reforms, we need, we need to work with different stakeholders. Unfortunately, at the commencement of that transitioning of this curriculum to CBC by CDC, I don't know if National Council was heavily involved in that process, but it was important for Council to be involved in terms of understanding what it to build their case into higher education curriculum. But the conversation has started, and we intend to engage you more as NCDC to get the nitty-gritties and then see how we move into our, our subsector to see the reviews, inform the policy and other regulatory frameworks. Thank you, Chairperson. I submit.
There was a question. The 20% on the activities of integration. So the integration is, there is an integration of the soft skills and the methodology in the actual teaching. Now, first, the end of cycle assessment will be scenario based. So if you cheat or lie that you've been integrating, you are creative, then the end of cycle will get, because you will not be able to answer those questions because you have not actually integrated. Number two, this is the issue of integrity. Really, if you are able to cheat and submit, then it's a big problem for the country and for the education system. But for us, the solution is a learner who has actually not done the integration will not be able to answer the items which are in the end of cycle that are basically scenario based. So you will get the 20%, but you will not be able to get the 80%. So it is better that the teachers actually ensure that those learners do the work, and so that they are able and preparing themselves for the end of cycle assessment. The second question was about certification or the outcomes of the assessment. We assess and certify to show what represents the learning outcomes that you have acquired. Now, this certification or credential will have two components. It will have the component of the grades, almost similar to the current component, and it will also have a descriptive component talking about proficiency in some of the soft skills. So that the framework has already this and will show or reflect both the grades and the soft skills. Thank you.
I think most of the questions were for Dr. Nambi, but I'll just comment on the issue of finance. One of the participants said we did not mention this, but I think we implied this in so many ways when we talked about the issue of recruitment because of the wage bill, infrastructure, which all require finances. And on the issue of maybe collaborations with the universities, I think many of the universities have their own missions, visions, and all that. But collaboration is still encouraged, and I'm sure many of the university leaders that are here have really been at the forefront of this, and I think this is something that can be looked at, like we proposed, having curricula that are similar in some of the disciplines where we teach the same kind of courses. That's what I can comment.
Thank you very much. When I looked at most of the issues raised, there are compliments and probably comments. Maybe I missed the issue raised by Dr. Silas, but I was looking at, or I picked something related to the economics of education, the investment in education now in Uganda. And what I wanted to bring, maybe to share quickly here, that we take note of, especially those who are coming from private institutions. People are making investments to create more wealth. So we need to get ready for that, and probably how are we going to ensure that even those investors, they abide by the regulators' kind of framework. So I feel that that is part of the game, and investment needs to create more wealth. But the regulators need to work with us to ensure quality. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I will start with the issue of, from Dr. Moses Chisitu, I think, about the subjects that those skills are taught. And he also further inquired about the difference between the DIT curriculum and the lower secondary curriculum. The lower secondary curriculum has vocational subjects. I enumerated some of them there. We have performing arts, we have technology and design, we have art and design, we have agriculture, we have a number of them anyway. I can't have them off head. Now, those subjects have practical elements in them, which are part and parcel of the curriculum. And so when the teachers are teaching those subjects, the learners are supposed to practically apply the knowledge. So those learners you've seen are actually implementing the lower secondary curriculum. What DIT does, it comes and confirms that these learners actually have the competencies equated to level 1 of the vocational qualifications framework. And once they have been convinced that these learners have what it takes to be equated to level 1, then that learner will be given an assessment. When he confirms that he's capable, he's given a certificate. he can use that certificate as evidence that he has what it takes, for example, to do plumbing work. But whatever he's doing and he has been assessed against is something which is already embedded in the lower secondary curriculum. And we don't have anything like DIT curriculum, lower secondary curriculum. It is lower secondary curriculum. However, it is subjected to DIT assessment for competencies, for the trade of plumbing, for example. I just wanted to make that clarity. I've talked about the subjects. They are there in the secondary curriculum. The materials documented. Yes, the materials we are talking about are documented. They can be accessed at our NCDC website. I may not have the actual website. I think my manager secondary can help me to give the details at the end, or we can communicate to the organizers and they share that website with the members, and you can access all these materials on our website. They are there. The A-level curriculum is not ready, but we have done most of the preliminary work. We are going through quality assurance. After that, we are going to have stakeholder engagements. So once the time is due, the resources are availed, we shall have the stakeholder engagements like this one to see what members say. But for now, we are doing the preliminary work on those materials. Persons with disability, not talked about. I think we mentioned the inclusivity. The nature of the curriculum is interactive and inclusive. And we talked about the sign language, the general science. We talked about the mixed abilities, learners with mixed abilities. So I want to imagine maybe the member had moved out of the room while we were talking about that. What went wrong? Personally, I think the moment we commercialized education, now that's a personal view, I'm not talking like deputy director, NCDC, but I think personally, the moment we commercialized education, the moment we liberalized the economy, where we must sell ourselves, where we must advertise ourselves to the public to see that we are performing excellently, that's when we lost it. So our focus went from teaching for learning to teaching for passing exams. And because the emphasis now also moved from acquisition of skills to acquisition of knowledge, that's when we started having a problem. And I think the only way we can demystify or neutralize this problem is by making sure that the assessment is exactly doing what the prescribed curriculum is saying. But if we assess knowledge, we are going to have with the continued problems, as we have always had. The implementers are lacking in terms of skills. The implementers are lacking in terms of skills. Colleagues, even us here, we shall go through this training. You will realize that it takes long for us to change our mindset, for us to get on board. You keep falling back. It will take us 5 to 10 years to get there and to be comfortable and convinced that now we are really there 100%. It's a learning process, continuous improvement, but we shall get there. Efforts have been made. We are continuing to support teachers at school level. We do support supervision. We go to the media houses. We talk to the parents, to the public. We also individually are being invited by schools, and we are going there to support them. It is not an overnight thing to change and become perfect. But like Professor Chazika said, let us have a positive mindset, and we shall definitely get there. The issue of abuse in schools.
Dr. Nambi, please. Yes, we are winding up.
Yes, I'm winding up. I don't want to agree that CBC cannot take Uganda to the next level. I want to disagree with that statement, because CBC is not only about the practical subjects. CBC is about the soft skills which are sought after by employers. CBC is about change of attitude. CBC is about change in morals and values. So if we are saying that when we change in morals and values, when we acquire soft skills, skills of creativity and innovation, which are the future skills that we shall not have this country go to the next level, then there might be an issue there. So for me, on the other side, I really believe that if we do it right and we have our children nurtured to be creative thinkers, to be innovators, to be good communicators, to be problem solvers, to be discoverers, we shall get there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nambi. Let's have just 1 minute for Professor Bila, and then I'll let you know what's happening next. We probably making some adjustments in our program so that the sessions that are supposed to come after that will be handled in the morning. We should be able to recover the time we didn't have today, early in the morning. Yeah, please 1 minute, and then I'll hand the microphone back.
Thank you very much. I would like to inform the audience that universities are already doing a number of reforms to prepare for the competence-based students who are coming from the high school. Already we are reforming our curriculum more often and possibly than not, to ensure that we integrate all those skills, and also might be possible, if I speak for CITEBA, we are training our staff for problem-based learning, for project-based learning, for competence-based learning. Some of our programs are even run in that mode already. Point in case for our faculty of health sciences, purely we teach it competence-based and problem-based learning. So, and we are reforming the rest of other programs and curricula and training staff to ensure that we get there. We even actually started thinking, possibly before even this curriculum came, only that maybe the pace could be the other aspect. But we are doing that, and I hope we shall be there. So there shouldn't be a lot of worry. Maybe we should, all stakeholders should join to ensure that we get where we want to be. There is a person who asked about education. We do spend a lot of time to train teachers, and we spend more time training a teacher, possibly even than the content, if you realize. Because, first of all, the teacher has to be more knowledgeable than his learners. So that's already training a teacher. And then the other percentage, possibly about 50%, is teaching you education. So you maybe, if you are talking about going to classroom, maybe that's the other one which we're equating. But we do train. Currently, even our teachers get out of our institution when they are ready to teach the lower curriculum program. We do bring those experts to train them. So we are preparing as institutions. We just need some bit of support from various stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor, I think she deserves a bigger clap than that. We want to thank you, as communicated by the Director Court Assurance. To catch up with time, when you check on your program, we are suggesting that the items that are following should be done tomorrow, so that we can be able to, that means including a cocktail. They all just go down tomorrow in the morning. And so that we only have a cup of tea, I can assure you time will be able to be gained. Because if we go through that, we should be able to do it. We want to thank you, and on behalf of the management, we want to thank you for today. Especially, we want to recognize and thank the VCs, because they are so busy people, we don't take it for granted. And we want to recognize you, Professor Katunguka. I know you are a chairperson of the National Council, but as a VC to be here the whole day. Professor Joy Kwesiga, Professor Aaron Mushenjezi from UCU, Dr. Henry Bergeya from Livingston University International, Professor Paulo Wako from Bustema University, and members, I was suggesting, and I think it has been agreed, that to catch up is time. Yeah. And Professor Cafero from Bustema University. And we had also a number of principals. Bugema University. What did I say? People are very alert. Mr. Ray, Richard Kawere is a principal of Uganda Hotel and Tourism Institute from Jinja. Some of them, if they stand up, we can recognize them. Mr. Jacob Akundere, principal UTC leader, and Ms. Roniero Edio Grace, principal NTC Kaliro, and Dr. Elisa Chigenyi, principal UCU Mbale campus. They will be our host for the exhibition starting on Wednesday. And want to thank you. We have a number of CEOs, and want to recognize you, Mr. Nicholas Simbo, CEO Renu, who are our partners in this workshop. Is he around? Is left or is around? Just networking outside. Mr. Jubu Twaha, Uganda Red Cross Mbare branch, thanks for being with us. Mr. Michard, Michael Nion Tegeka, you'll be able to give us a presentation on digital world tomorrow. Don't miss it. We shall start with it in the morning. And Mr. Nanderega Annette, she's a manager, she's a manager Centenary Bank, Mbare branch. Thanks for coming. Caroline Muhaji, CEO Jenga. Dr. Abubakar Kauba Tasombare. Mr. Stephen Omnyonkor, agency manager, Jubilee Uganda. We have Mr. Obo, he is a regional hospital director for Mbare Regional Hospital. And we have the CEO for Mbare City, Ms. Mastura, CEO Nancha, and Mr. Yusuf Nsubuga, Federation of Uganda Employers, in attendance. And the rest of the I have not read, we shall read you tomorrow for purpose of catching up with time. Now, in your forms, there is an evaluation form for you to fill, and a disclaimer on time management. Make sure you become sympathetic with us for today so that you fill it properly. Because as organizers, we have noted. From the organizing, the cocktail will be planned maybe for tomorrow. I need to get the details. That's not today. Tomorrow, so that we can be able to do it tomorrow. And for that, tomorrow, we shall be able to start early. There are not many protocols in the morning, and registration shall be here by 8, and we shall strictly start at 9 a.m. And that is okay. We want to thank you and to wish you the best of the evening. Unless Edie has something to say. Okay. With that, we want to thank you. You can also take back your seats. And tomorrow, you see the other side, don't come back here. We shall have a new set of people. Thank you very much. The anthems have been sung, and there is no, you shall leave at leisure.